Every day, you're caught in invisible contradictions without even noticing. You work harder, yet feel stuck. You chase happiness, yet it keeps moving further away. You want freedom, but still look for others' approval. These paradoxes aren't rare. They quietly shape how you think, act, and feel. In this video, we'll explore 30 life paradoxes you're probably living right now. And once you see them, you'll start recognizing how much they influence your daily life. If you enjoy calm, thoughtful videos like this, give it a like and drop a comment. Let's dive in. The happiness paradox. Why chasing happiness makes you miserable. They tell you happiness is the goal, that every step you take, every choice you make, every sacrifice you endure is supposed to bring you closer to it. But the more you chase it, the more it slips through your fingers, as if happiness itself recoils from pursuit, mocking the idea that it can be hunted down like a prize, because happiness, in its truest form, is not a destination, but a byproduct. Not something you acquire by aiming directly at it, but something that blooms in the periphery while you're focused on something else entirely. Yet the world insists otherwise, bombarding you with curated images of joy, with formulas and hacks and morning routines designed to manufacture bliss on demand, teaching you to measure your worth by how often you smile, how fulfilled you appear, how perfectly aligned your life is with some abstract ideal of success. And so you learn to equate happiness with achievement, with accumulation, with control, believing that once you have enough, money, time, love, recognition, you will finally feel whole. But wholeness does not work that way, because the pursuit of happiness assumes its absence, and every step you take toward it reinforces the silent belief that you are not yet enough, not yet there, not yet worthy of rest, creating a loop where wanting to be happy becomes proof that you're not. And the more desperately you strive, the more acutely you feel its lack, like a horizon that recedes as you approach, always promising, never delivering, not because happiness is impossible, but because it cannot be cornered, cannot be coerced, cannot be scheduled into your calendar like a meeting or a workout. It arrives unannounced, often in the quiet moments you overlook while searching for something grander. Yet we are trained to miss these moments, to dismiss contentment as insufficient, to crave the extraordinary, while standing knee-deep in the ordinary miracles of breath, warmth, connection. And here lies the paradox. The more you frame happiness as an object to be obtained, the more you reduce it to a commodity, stripping it of its spontaneity, its wildness, its deeply human messiness. And in doing so, you turn joy into another task, another metric, another stick to beat yourself with when life feels less than perfect. Yet happiness does not conform to blueprints. It resists control. It sneaks up on you in the spaces between striving, in the laughter that erupts unexpectedly, in the quiet satisfaction of a job done well for its own sake, not for the applause it might bring. But these moments are small, unglamorous, easy to miss in a world obsessed with highlights and milestones. And so you keep chasing, keep optimizing, keep believing that the next promotion, the next relationship, the next self-help book will finally unlock the happiness you've been promised, unaware that the very act of chasing creates the illusion of distance, because to pursue happiness as an endpoint is to believe it resides elsewhere, anywhere but here. And this belief becomes self-fulfilling, blinding you to the simple joys that exist outside the currency of achievement. But the problem runs deeper than personal expectations. It is embedded in the culture itself, in the relentless messaging that happiness is your responsibility, your duty, your ultimate proof of a life well lived, creating a subtle but powerful form of emotional capitalism, where your inner state is measured, judged, and commodified, leading you to pathologize normal human emotions like sadness, boredom, or restlessness as failures, as signs that you are doing life wrong. Yet these emotions are not glitches in the system. They are features of being alive, necessary contrasts that give happiness its depth and meaning. But the modern narrative of happiness allows no room for such nuances, reducing well-being to a constant high, an uninterrupted stream of positivity that flattens the emotional landscape into something artificial and unsustainable. And when reality inevitably falls short of this ideal, you blame yourself, convinced that your inability to feel happy all the time is a personal defect rather than a reflection of flawed expectations, and so the cycle continues. You seek more, do more, fix more, exhausting yourself in the name of an ever-elusive contentment. Yet true happiness is rarely found in the striving. It emerges in the surrender, in the moments when you are fully present, fully engaged, not with the idea of happiness, but with life itself, whether it is joyful, painful, or mundane. Because happiness is not the absence of discomfort, it is the ability to hold both joy and sorrow without needing to resolve them into a simple binary. It is the quiet realization that you are enough, even in your incompleteness, even in your longing, even in your uncertainty. And this realization cannot be forced. It can only be allowed, nurtured in the fertile ground of acceptance and curiosity, not through the frantic grasping of self-improvement, but through the gentle art of being with what is. Yet this is profoundly countercultural, because it requires you to step off the treadmill of perpetual optimization, to question the very premise that happiness is something to be earned rather than something to be noticed. And in doing so, you reclaim your agency, not by achieving more, but by needing less. By recognizing that the chase itself was the cage, that freedom lies not in acquiring what you lack, but in appreciating what you already have, not as an exercise in forced gratitude, but as a genuine shift in perspective. Because when you stop seeing happiness as a future reward, you begin to find traces of it in the present, in the texture of simple moments, in the connections you cultivate, in the small acts of kindness that ripple outward in ways you may never fully grasp. And suddenly, happiness ceases to be a finish line and becomes a companion, walking quietly beside you, unnoticed until you pause long enough to feel its presence. And this is the paradox resolved, not by reaching further, but by reaching less, not by conquering life, but by collaborating with it, not by controlling every outcome, but by embracing the uncertainty that makes those outcomes meaningful. Because in the end, happiness is not a goalpost to be reached, but a rhythm to be danced with, a melody that plays softly beneath the noise of ambition, waiting patiently for you to hear it, not with the ears of achievement, but with the heart of presence. And the moment you stop chasing, the moment you stop demanding that life deliver happiness on your terms, is the moment you create space for it to arise, gently, unexpectedly. And perhaps that is its greatest lesson, that in letting go, you find what you were seeking all along. The identity paradox. When you become what you pretend to be, you've been told to just be yourself so many times that it sounds like common sense, as if there's a fixed, true version of you beneath the surface, waiting to be revealed, clean and pure. But when you try to show it, something feels off, like you're performing authenticity instead of living it. And this discomfort, this awkward gap between who you are and who you're trying to be, is the heart of the identity paradox. The more you try to be authentic, the less authentic you feel, not because you're fake, but because identity doesn't work the way you were taught. It's not a treasure you dig up, fully formed. It's a shape you create by doing, by repeating, by practicing. And every role you play, every mask you wear, even if it started as an act, begins to leave a trace, reshaping how you see yourself. Until after a while, you're not sure if you're pretending anymore, because the mask has become part of your face. Yet this isn't deception, it's just how people grow. Because none of us are born with a ready-made identity. We build it through action, through feedback, through habits we repeat until they feel natural. But the paradox sneaks in when you start performing authenticity itself, watching yourself, managing how real you appear. And the moment you become self-conscious about being real, it feels fake. Yet that fake feeling doesn't mean you're inauthentic. It means you're human, aware of your own contradictions, caught between the desire to be genuine and the reality that every expression is shaped by context, by audience, by the roles we're expected to play. And that's not a flaw. It's how social beings function. But it's easy to forget this when the world keeps selling you the myth of the true self, as if you're supposed to stay the same in every situation. Yet you're not a statue. You're a story in motion. And who you are shifts across different moments, different relationships, different environments. Because that's what humans do. We adapt, We respond, we grow, and pretending to be confident, for example, is not a lie if it helps you practice confidence until it becomes part of you, just like learning a language starts with awkward phrases and mimicking sounds, until one day you speak fluently, and what was once imitation becomes effortless. The same goes for identity. What begins as a role can become reality through repetition, but only if you're mindful of what you're choosing to reinforce. Because not every mask is harmless. Some protect you, some suffocate you. And the danger lies in forgetting which is which. We've all seen people trapped in roles they adopted, for approval or safety, only to wake up years later feeling like strangers in their own lives. Not because they set out to deceive, but because the act became the actor, quietly, gradually, beneath their awareness. Yet the very process that traps us can also free us, because if identity is shaped by repetition, by choice, by action, then you have the power to redefine who you are, not by discovering some hidden essence, but by deliberately practicing the traits you wish to embody, not through forced performance, but through small, consistent actions that align with your values. Because authenticity is not a static label, it's a living process of alignment between what you believe and how you behave. And this process is dynamic, messy, and beautifully human, yet the discomfort remains, especially when you're in transition, when the old masks don't fit but the new ones aren't fully formed. And in those moments, it's natural to feel like you're faking it. But that's not a sign of failure, it's a sign of growth, because stepping into a new version of yourself always feels unfamiliar at first, just like any skill you practice. The key is not to confuse that unfamiliarity with inauthenticity, because authenticity is less about being the same all the time, and more about being honest with where you are in your journey, about owning the fact that you're evolving, and that's okay. In fact, it's essential, because growth requires trying on new ways of being, experimenting with new roles, and not every attempt will feel comfortable right away. But comfort is not the measure of truth. Alignment is, and when your actions reflect your values, even if they feel awkward, you are being authentic in the truest sense. And perhaps the most honest thing you can do is to embrace this fluidity, to stop chasing a perfect, unchanging self, and start participating in the ongoing creation of who you are, with curiosity, with kindness, with the understanding that every person you admire became who they are through this very process, not by uncovering a hidden real self, but by practicing, by failing, by refining, until the gap between who they wanted to be and who they were started to close. And if you can accept that, you can release the pressure to feel perfectly real all the time, because authenticity is not about feeling. It's about choosing. It's about showing up in alignment with your values, even when it feels unfamiliar, even when it feels like you're still learning how to be that person. And this reframing turns the identity paradox from a source of anxiety into an opportunity for deliberate self-creation, where you are not trapped by past versions of yourself, not limited by the roles others expect you to play, but empowered to choose, to practice, to evolve. Because identity is not a discovery, it's a craft, a practice, a living, breathing process. And the discomfort you feel is not proof of falseness, but evidence of growth, of awareness, of the brave act of becoming. And maybe the most authentic thing you can do is to keep becoming, to stay open, to allow yourself to evolve, to shed masks that no longer fit, and try on new ones with intention. Not because you're faking it, but because you're learning, refining, aligning. And in that, you are as real as anyone can ever. The authenticity paradox. Being yourself can feel fake. You're told to be yourself, as if that's a simple thing. As if beneath all your habits, roles, and adaptations, there's a pure, unchanging version of you just waiting to be revealed. But when you try, when you consciously attempt to be yourself, it often feels forced, awkward, like you're performing authenticity, not living it. That strange discomfort is the essence of the authenticity paradox. The more you focus on being authentic, the less authentic you feel. It's not because you're fake, it's because the very act of observing yourself being yourself turns expression into performance. You split in two, the one who acts and the one who judges. You become trapped in a mental mirror, questioning whether what you're showing is truly you or just another version you've crafted. The moment you step outside yourself to check for realness, it feels like you've lost it. But this isn't a personal flaw. It's how identity works. You are not a fixed essence to uncover, but an evolving process. Who you are shifts with your experiences, relationships, and choices. And that constant shifting can make being yourself feel unstable. Yet feeling fake doesn't mean you're false. It means you're aware. You see your complexity. You notice how context shapes you. But society teaches you that authenticity should feel simple, effortless, as if there's a true self hiding somewhere, waiting to be expressed perfectly. That's the myth, a comforting story that ignores how identity is actually built. In truth, identity is made and remade every day, through habits, through actions, through how you engage with others. Every choice you make shapes who you're becoming. Think of it like learning an instrument. At first, every note feels mechanical, every movement conscious. But with time, practice, and feedback, it becomes fluid. You don't discover a true guitarist within you. You become one by doing. The same applies to identity. You don't uncover a hidden, fully formed, real self. You build it, slowly, through action. This is why the harder you try to just be yourself, the more artificial it feels. Because trying introduces self-monitoring. And when you hyper-focus on how you're being perceived, it disconnects you from the moment. The attention shifts from living to performing. Authenticity becomes another task to manage, another metric to optimize. You start asking, do I seem real enough? And in doing so, you drift away from the experience itself. But here's the key. Authenticity isn't about projecting a fixed image. It's about acting in line with your values, in real time. And values, like people, are flexible. You are different with a friend than with a boss, not because you're fake, but because identity is context sensitive. That's not betrayal, that's human. Your tone changes, your words shift, your posture adapts. This isn't deception, it's responsiveness, it's emotional intelligence at work. Still, we're told that consistency equals truth, that you should be exactly the same everywhere. But rigid consistency often shows a lack of self-awareness, not integrity. True authenticity allows for flexibility. Different facets of you emerge in different spaces. This is not inauthenticity. It's complexity. You wouldn't speak to a child the same way you speak to a judge. Not because you're pretending, but because you're navigating different relationships with nuance. Of course, accepting this multiplicity is uncomfortable. It means letting go of the idea that there's a single, real you. But in reality, you are a collection of evolving expressions shaped by time, place, and growth. You're not a statue. You're a river, always moving, always changing, yet always recognizably you in the broader pattern of your values and choices. That's why feeling fake often arises in moments of change, when old habits don't fit, but new ones aren't yet fully formed. This discomfort is not proof of inauthenticity. It's a sign of transformation. When you step into a new role, try a new behavior, or challenge an old belief, it feels unfamiliar. But unfamiliar doesn't mean false. It means you're growing, yet culture simplifies this. We're taught that authenticity is binary, real or fake. But authenticity is a spectrum. It fluctuates with awareness, courage, and the willingness to show up, even in uncertainty. The idea that there's a single, unchanging version of you that should feel effortlessly natural is not only unrealistic, it's limiting. Growth requires discomfort, experimentation, flexibility. Perhaps the most authentic thing you can do is to admit that you don't always know who you are, to be honest about being in process. But vulnerability isn't glamorized. We're told to project confidence, even at the expense of honesty. Social media amplifies this pressure. Everyone appears to have their identity figured out, curated, branded. But behind the scenes, everyone is navigating the same questions, the same doubts. The paradox deepens here. The more you try to appear certain, the more fake you feel. Because deep down, you know life is uncertain. You are uncertain. Pretending otherwise feels hollow. It creates a tension between the image you project and the fluid reality of your inner experience. So maybe authenticity isn't about having a polished, fixed identity. Maybe it's about engaging with life honestly, even when you feel unfinished. It's less about being and more about becoming. Less about declaring who you are and more about discovering who you can be. And that discovery never really ends. When you stop obsessing over how authentic you appear and start focusing on living in alignment with your values, however imperfectly, you naturally become more authentic. Not because you found some hidden essence, but because you've allowed yourself to be human, to be fluid, to be real. Authenticity emerges not from perfection, but from presence. Think of your closest friends. The moments you feel most connected aren't when they're perfectly polished. It's when they're candid, honest, a little messy. That's when you feel them as real. The same is true for you. You don't need to master authenticity. You need to relax into it. Authenticity was never meant to be a label. It's a verb, a practice, a way of showing up honestly, even when you're still figuring things out. And perhaps the truest act of being yourself is this: to keep showing up, again and again, as you are, even when that feels messy, incomplete, and beautifully human. To give yourself permission to evolve, to embrace the awkwardness of growth, to accept that who you are today is a chapter, not a conclusion. And in that permission, something shifts. The pressure eases. The need to perform dissolves. You find yourself not by force, but by patience. Not by perfecting an image, but by living fully into the experience of being human, imperfect, evolving, and wonderfully real. The social validation trap. Needing approval to feel independent. You crave independence, not as a luxury, but as a necessity. A quiet declaration that you are your own person, that your worth is self-defined, untouched by the hands of others. You imagine freedom as a solitary, self-sufficient state. But somewhere between that desire and daily life, a contradiction creeps in, subtle but persistent. A paradox where your sense of autonomy quietly leans on the approval of others. As if freedom itself needs an audience to feel real. As if the whisper of "I am enough" only echoes when others are there to hear it. This is the heart of the social validation trap, the strange irony of needing external affirmation to feel internally whole. No matter how fiercely you claim your individuality, some part of you still listens for applause, still searches for nods of agreement, still feels more real when someone reflects you back with approval. This isn't vanity. It's not weakness. It's human, wired deep into our survival systems. There was a time when being accepted meant staying alive. To be seen was to be safe. To be valued was to be protected. And while the world has changed, those ancient instincts remain. Now they play out in more subtle ways, through likes, compliments, glances of approval. Little signals that soothe an old, primal fear, the fear of exclusion. But here's where the trap tightens. In a modern world where physical survival no longer depends on tribal acceptance, this ancient mechanism misfires. It shifts from protection to self-worth, from survival to identity. You begin to wonder why independence feels hollow when unacknowledged, why silence feels like doubt, why approval feels like proof. And though you tell yourself you don't care what others think, your body remembers differently. Your nervous system reacts to judgment with urgency, as if exile is still a threat. Rejection, even symbolic, feels like danger. The modern landscape amplifies this vulnerability. Social media, performance-driven workplaces, even casual conversations become arenas of subtle judgment. Infinite mirrors reflect you back, each with their own expectations. Your self-perception gets nudged, shaped, sometimes hijacked by these reflections. Independence in this environment becomes fragile, like a house built on shifting sand. Deep down, you sense this dissonance, the conflict between the autonomy you crave and the approval you seek. But escaping this loop isn't as simple as deciding to stop caring, because the drive for social validation is not just a thought, it's a feeling, a bodily response, rooted in ancient survival instincts that bypass logic. So the real question isn't whether you seek validation, it's how consciously you engage with that need. Are you aware when it serves you and when it enslaves you? Because not all validation is toxic. Some of it is connection, affirmation, healthy reflection. We all need mirrors to understand ourselves. But when validation becomes the only way, you feel real. The trap snaps shut. It dictates your choices, filters your expressions, molds your identity to fit expectations you may not even believe in. You start to perform versions of yourself that win approval, even if they suffocate authenticity. And this is where the illusion of independence crumbles. True independence isn't about rejecting influence. It's about discernment, about knowing when feedback enriches you and when it confines you. Discernment begins with awareness, with the courage to ask, am I living by my values or by their applause? Yet this vigilance is difficult, because the rewards of approval are immediate, tangible. A compliment feels good now. A like releases dopamine now. But the rewards of self-validation are quieter, slower, harder to measure, yet infinitely more stable. When your self-worth is rooted internally, it becomes resilient, less reactive to the noise of external opinions. But cultivating this inner stability is not passive. It's a practice, a deliberate choice to sit with the discomfort of disapproval without letting it erode you. It's not arrogance, not defiance. It's simply grounding your identity in values rather than verdicts, in self-reflection rather than applause. Still, the pull of validation remains, because we are social beings, wired for mirroring, for feedback, for connection. The goal, then, isn't to eliminate this need, but to refine it, to seek connection without capitulation, to welcome feedback without losing yourself in it. In this way, independence and interdependence stop being enemies and become partners in a deeper dialogue. But this balance requires constant attention. The line between healthy reflection and performative selfhood is thin, sometimes invisible. You only notice you've crossed it when you feel it, in the tension, the fatigue, the quiet unease that whispers you're acting more than being. Often you find yourself fluent in the language of others' expectations. So fluent, you forget your own. The slow erosion of self beneath the surface of social success is subtle but powerful. You wake up one day realizing you've built an identity from borrowed pieces, yet the path back is always there, quiet but persistent. It begins with pausing, with questioning, with remembering who you are when no one's watching. True independence doesn't come from isolation. It comes from integrity, from aligning your actions with your own compass, even when the crowd points elsewhere. This courage doesn't come from rebellion, but from clarity, from understanding that while validation feels good, it's a fragile foundation for self-worth. Rejecting all validation isn't the answer. We are not islands. Connection is vital. But the key lies in balance, in discerning when validation enhances connection and when it compromises authenticity. This discernment grows through practice, through moments of mindful discomfort, through the willingness to disappoint others rather than betray yourself, through the quiet strength of making choices that resonate with your values, even when they go unnoticed, uncelebrated, even criticized. Each time you choose alignment over approval, you build the muscle of authentic independence. Over time, this muscle grows. The approval of others becomes a pleasant bonus, not a vital necessity. Your identity shifts from performance to homecoming. You feel more like yourself, not because everyone agrees, but because you have learned to agree with yourself, to stand with yourself, to be enough without the constant echo of external affirmation. And perhaps this is how the social validation trap is resolved, not by eliminating validation, but by redefining it. Not as the foundation of self, but as a reflection, a mirror that can offer perspective without distorting the image. True independence becomes not an escape from others, but a deeper, more grounded way of being with them. You connect without conforming. You belong without bending. You honor both your need for connection and your right to self-definition. In this balance, you find a freedom that no applause can grant and no disapproval can take away. a quiet confidence that says, I am my own, even as I walk among others. And that is a freedom worth cultivating. Not by rejecting the mirror, but by choosing how you see yourself within it. The overthinking paradox. More analysis, less clarity. You've done it 1,000 times, sat with a problem, replayed a conversation, dissected a choice, thinking that if you just analyze it a little more, clarity will come, as if truth hides behind one more layer of thought, as if certainty is earned by grinding your mind against every possible outcome. Yet the more you think, the foggier it gets, like stirring muddy water expecting it to clear. And this is the overthinking paradox. The belief that more analysis leads to better answers, while in reality, it often leads to more confusion. Because thinking, while powerful, has limits. And when you push it beyond those limits, it turns against you, not as a flaw, but as a feature of how the mind tries to protect you from uncertainty. But here's the catch. Uncertainty is not a problem to solve. It's a condition to live with. Yet your brain resists this, offering thought after thought, as if they are solutions, when they're really just distractions dressed as insights. And every time you replay that conversation, every time you imagine that alternative scenario, you're feeding a loop that promises clarity, but delivers anxiety, because overthinking is less about solving problems and more about avoiding feelings, fear, doubt, regret, vulnerability, all the emotions that come with not knowing, not controlling, not being certain. And so you think and think and think, hoping the right thought will shield you from the discomfort of simply not having answers. Yet each loop you run deepens the trench, making it harder to step out, because the more you analyze, the more complex things seem. Not because reality has changed, but because your focus has narrowed, magnifying details that were never meant to carry such weight, turning possibilities into threats, turning reflection into rumination. And soon, thinking itself feels exhausting, not because you're getting closer to clarity, but because you're spinning in circles, mistaking motion for progress. Yet no, one tells you this. They praise thinking it through. They equate reflection with wisdom, unaware that past a certain point, thinking becomes a smokescreen, a way to postpone decisions, to avoid responsibility. Because as long as you're figuring it out, you don't have to act, you don't have to risk being wrong. But deep down, you feel the difference. You know when thinking has shifted from useful to harmful, from curious to compulsive. And that's where your power lies. Not in stopping thoughts, but in noticing when you've crossed that line, when analysis has become avoidance. And it's not about silencing your mind, it's about learning to hear it without obeying every thought. Because thoughts are suggestions, not commands. And overthinking thrives when you forget that. When you treat every what if as a warning instead of a question, when you let every scenario spiral into a prediction of doom, yet life rarely unfolds according to the scripts you write in your head, and the more time you spend trying to predict, the less present you become, missing what's actually happening while lost in simulations of what might. And this disconnection feeds the paradox, because you think more to feel in control. But thinking too much pulls you further from the only place control can exist, the present moment. Yet breaking this loop doesn't require a radical transformation. It starts with small shifts, like pausing when you notice the spiral, like asking yourself if this next thought is offering clarity or feeding anxiety, like grounding yourself in action instead of endless reflection. And no, it's not easy, because the mind is persistent, persuasive, convincing you that one more round of thinking will solve it, but you've seen where that path leads. You've felt the exhaustion of analysis without resolution. And maybe the answer isn't more thinking, but more living, more doing, more allowing things to be unresolved. Because clarity often arrives not through force, but through space, through stepping back, through giving your mind room to breathe. Yet we are not taught to trust that. We are taught to solve, to fix, to conquer uncertainty with sheer cognitive effort. But some things are not puzzles to be solved. They are experiences to be lived, lessons to be felt, and the paradox is that clarity often comes when you stop chasing it, when you stop thinking your way out and start feeling your way through, when you allow the discomfort of not knowing to exist without scrambling to eliminate it. And in that space, your mind can settle, like muddy water left undisturbed, revealing clarity not through more stirring, but through stillness. Yet stillness feels counterintuitive, especially when anxiety demands action. But action is not always movement. Sometimes it's a gentle refusal to escalate, a quiet choice to let thoughts pass without amplifying them. And this is where mindfulness intersects with the paradox, not as a lofty ideal, but as a practical tool, a way to notice the patterns without being trapped by them. And every time you catch yourself spiraling, every time you choose to pause instead of plunge deeper, you weaken the loop. You reclaim a bit of agency, not by defeating your thoughts, but by redefining your relationship with them. Because overthinking is less about the content of your thoughts and more about your reaction to them. And when you learn to respond with curiosity instead of fear, with presence instead of projection, the loops begin to loosen, not instantly, not perfectly, but progressively. And with each cycle interrupted, you build the habit of clarity through simplicity, through reconnecting with what's actually in front of you, rather than getting lost in imagined futures or rehashed pasts. And perhaps that's the quiet solution to the overthinking paradox. Not in silencing the mind, but in widening your attention, in remembering that life happens in the space outside of thought, in actions, in relationships, in sensations, in the present. And when you anchor yourself there, even briefly, the need to think your way to safety begins to fade, replaced by a more grounded confidence, not born from certainty, but from resilience, from the understanding that you can handle uncertainty without overthinking it to death. And maybe that's the clarity you were seeking all along. Not perfect answers, but the peace of knowing you can navigate life without needing to predict every outcome, without needing to overthink every choice, because life will unfold regardless. And your greatest power is not in thinking about it endlessly, but in participating in it fully, one imperfect present moment at a time. The productivity paradox. Doing more to achieve less. You want to be productive, not just busy, but effective. You imagine a version of yourself who gets things done with ease, who checks off tasks, meets goals, and moves forward, day by day, toward a better life. And so you push yourself to do more, to fill every gap in your schedule, to maximize every minute, to be always improving, always producing. But somewhere along the way, a strange thing happens. The more you do, the less you seem to accomplish. The harder you work, the more exhausted you feel. Your to-do list grows, but your sense of satisfaction shrinks. This is the productivity paradox. The quiet, frustrating reality that doing more can often lead to achieving less. At first, it doesn't make sense. Shouldn't more effort equal more results? Shouldn't filling your days with tasks bring you closer to your goals? But in practice, it often backfires, because not all effort is equal. Not all tasks move you forward, and the blind pursuit of doing more, of equating busyness with progress, can trap you in a cycle where you're constantly active, but rarely effective. You feel productive because you're in motion, but motion isn't always progress. Like running on a treadmill, you expend energy without truly going anywhere. The modern world rewards this illusion. Hustle culture celebrates the always busy, always grinding lifestyle. You're praised for multitasking, for juggling a dozen projects, for burning the candle at both ends. But beneath the surface, this glorification of busyness often masks a lack of clarity. You find yourself reacting instead of creating, managing urgency instead of pursuing importance. The urgent tasks scream the loudest, demanding immediate attention, while the meaningful work, the deep, focused, transformative work, gets pushed aside. Over time, this pattern erodes your sense of accomplishment. You work harder, but feel emptier. Each completed task brings a fleeting sense of relief, quickly replaced by the next demand. You fall into what psychologists call the efficiency trap, getting better and faster at things that may not even matter. You automate, you optimize, you streamline, but rarely do you pause to ask, is this worth doing at all? Here lies the heart of the paradox. Productivity, when misunderstood, becomes self-defeating. It tricks you into believing that more is always better. But true productivity isn't about volume, it's about value. It's not how much you do, but what you choose to do. the most productive people aren't those who do the most things. They're the ones who focus on the right things, who are brave enough to say no, who understand that time and energy are finite resources to be invested, not merely spent. Yet saying no is hard. There's a subtle fear that if you don't stay busy, you'll fall behind. That if you don't fill every moment, you're being lazy, unambitious, replaceable. This fear keeps you trapped in cycles of shallow work, tasks that feel productive but offer little real progress. You clear your inbox, update spreadsheets, attend meetings, but at the end of the day, you're left wondering what you actually accomplished. The deep work, the creative, strategic, meaningful work, remains untouched because it requires more than time. It demands focus, clarity, and above all, space. But space feels like a luxury. In a world that measures worth by output, empty time feels wasteful. Rest feels indulgent. Reflection feels like procrastination. And so you fill the gaps. You keep moving, keep producing. Yet ironically, this constant motion leaves you drained, scattered, less capable of the very focus that real productivity requires. Breaking free from this paradox begins with a shift in mindset, from doing more to doing better, from quantity to quality. It means redefining productivity not as the art of doing everything, but as the discipline of doing what matters most. This requires clarity, knowing your true goals, your values, your priorities. Without this clarity, productivity becomes an endless chase, a treadmill of tasks that exhausts without fulfilling. You don't escape the productivity trap by working harder. You escape it by working smarter, by recognizing that rest is not the enemy of productivity, it's the foundation of it. That reflection isn't procrastination, it's essential for direction. That saying no is not selfish, it's strategic. Each no creates space for a more meaningful yes. Think of your attention as a spotlight. You can't light up everything at once. If you try, everything becomes dim. But when you focus that light on what truly matters, you create impact. You move the needle. True productivity is about that focused illumination. It's about depth, not breadth. This doesn't mean you stop working hard, but it means you stop working aimlessly. You replace reactive busyness with intentional action. You build buffers in your schedule, not as empty space, but as strategic breathing room, time to think, to plan, to recharge. Because a tired mind confuses motion with progress, but a rested mind can discern the difference. It's also about embracing the idea that doing less can lead to achieving more. This isn't laziness, it's leverage. By focusing on high-impact tasks, by eliminating or delegating the trivial, you amplify your efforts. Small, focused actions compound over time, producing results far greater than scattered busyness ever could. We, too, often fall into this paradox. We equate our self-worth with how much we do, how busy we are, how packed our calendars look. But worth is not measured in tasks completed. It's reflected in the quality of our presence, the depth of our contributions, the alignment between our actions and our values. So perhaps the real challenge is to resist the seductive lie that productivity means doing more, and to embrace the quieter, more powerful truth that real productivity is doing what matters with focus, clarity, and intention. Even if that means doing less, especially if that means doing less. In that shift, you reclaim your time, you reclaim your energy, you reclaim your focus, and in doing so, you move from a life of endless busyness to a life of meaningful progress. You stop measuring your days by how much you did, and start measuring them by what truly changed because of what you did. This is how the productivity paradox dissolves. Not by adding more to your plate, but by choosing what truly deserves to be there. By recognizing that sometimes the most productive thing you can do is to pause, to reflect, to let go of the non-essential. Because in that space, real work happens, real growth begins, and in the end, doing less, but doing it better, achieves far more than doing everything could ever promise. The vulnerability paradox. Opening up makes you stronger. You're told to be strong, to stay composed, to keep it together. From an early age, You learn that vulnerability is risky, that showing your fears, your doubts, your pain makes you weak. You're taught, often without words, that strength looks like control, like never flinching, never cracking, never letting them see you struggle. But beneath that armor, beneath the curated image of resilience, something stirs. A quiet contradiction, because the more you hide, the heavier it feels. The more you suppress, the more fragile you become. This is the vulnerability paradox. The strange reality that opening up what we fear will expose our weakness is often what makes us truly strong. At first, it feels backward. Intuitively, you think protecting yourself means shielding your emotions, keeping your walls high. But walls don't just keep hurt out, they keep connection out too. They isolate you, slowly turning self-protection into self-imprisonment. You begin to feel disconnected, not because others have left you, but because you've locked yourself away. You tell yourself it's safer this way, less messy, less painful. But the truth is, it's lonelier. And in that isolation, fears fester, doubts grow louder. The burden of carrying everything alone starts to crack even the thickest armor. We live in a culture that confuses vulnerability with weakness. That mistakes emotional openness for lack of control. But vulnerability is not about losing control. It's about choosing to be seen, choosing honesty over image, choosing connection over performance. When you open up, not recklessly, but authentically, you invite empathy. You allow others to meet you, not the version you think they'll approve of, but the version that actually exists. And paradoxically, that choice requires immense strength. Because vulnerability means risking rejection. It means showing up without guarantees. And courage, by definition, exists only where fear is present. Yet something profound happens when you lean into vulnerability. The fear you imagine of judgment, of shame, of being seen as less than, often dissolves when met with genuine human connection. You realize others carry the same fears, the same doubts, the same ache to be understood. Your openness becomes a mirror, reflecting a shared humanity. And in that shared space, the illusion of isolation breaks. You feel less alone, more connected, more real. But this isn't to say vulnerability is always safe. There are risks. Not every person or situation deserves your deepest truths. Discernment matters. Vulnerability without boundaries isn't strength, it's exposure. True strength lies in choosing when and where to be vulnerable, in sharing with intention, not desperation. It's not about oversharing to seek validation. It's about authentic expression, rooted in self-awareness, grounded in self-respect. The paradox deepens here. Because while vulnerability opens the door to connection, it also requires a solid sense of self. You can't offer genuine vulnerability if your self-worth hinges entirely on how it's received. Otherwise, every reaction becomes a verdict on your value. Building that internal foundation, where your worth isn't up for external negotiation, creates the safety you need to be open without being shattered. In this way, vulnerability becomes a practice of strength, not a sign of weakness. It takes more courage to say, "I don't know," than to pretend you do. More strength to say, "I'm struggling," than to fake composure. More power in saying, "I need help," than suffering in silence. Each act of vulnerability, chosen deliberately, strengthens your resilience, because it teaches you that discomfort is survivable. That emotional exposure doesn't destroy you, it expands you. We, as humans, crave authentic connection, but connection requires visibility. You cannot be loved for who you are if you never show who you are. The masks may protect you from judgment, but they also protect you from intimacy. And intimacy, in all its forms, friendship, love, even collaboration, thrives on vulnerability. Think of the people you admire most. It's rarely their perfection that draws you in. It's their honesty, their willingness to admit mistakes, to share struggles, to be human in front of you. That's what resonates. That's what builds trust. You feel closer to people who let you see their unpolished, real selves. And the same applies to you. Your vulnerability isn't a liability. It's a bridge. But why does this feel so hard? Because evolution taught us that fitting in meant survival. Being different, being too much or too soft, risked rejection from the group. These instincts linger. They whisper that if you reveal your doubts, your flaws, you'll be cast out. But in today's world, vulnerability is not exile, it's invitation. It invites authentic connection, the very thing that sustains mental and emotional well-being. Of course, vulnerability won't always be met with kindness. There will be moments when your openness is misunderstood, even mocked. But those moments reveal more about others than they do about you. The real strength lies in staying open, discerning, but not hardening, in keeping your capacity for connection intact, even when the world gives you reasons to close off, and the benefits ripple outward. Vulnerability fosters empathy, which in turn fosters stronger relationships, better leadership, more meaningful collaborations. It humanizes you in the eyes of others, and it humanizes others in your own eyes. It creates a feedback loop of trust and authenticity that no amount of posturing can replicate. In the end, the paradox is simple but profound. The more you open up, the stronger you become. Not because vulnerability shields you from hurt, but because it builds your capacity to handle it, to grow through it, to connect despite it. Strength in this light is not about invulnerability. It's about adaptability, about staying soft where it matters, even in a hard world. So the next time you feel the impulse to hide, to armor up, to present a flawless front, pause. Ask yourself, what am I protecting? And at what cost? Because every time you choose to be seen as you are, you reclaim a piece of your humanity. Every time you risk vulnerability, you expand your emotional resilience. The world doesn't need more perfect people. It needs more honest ones. More people willing to say, "Me too," when others struggle. More people brave enough to lead with openness, to build trust through truth. And in choosing vulnerability, you discover that true strength isn't found in how well you hide, but in how bravely you show up. That's the paradox resolved. Vulnerability doesn't weaken you. It makes you whole. The fear of success. Paradox. You think you want to succeed. You set goals, make plans, envision a future where you've made it. Success becomes the destination, the dream, the validation of your efforts. But somewhere beneath the surface, an unexpected resistance lingers. A hesitation, a quiet dread, as if some part of you isn't sure it wants the very thing you're working toward. This is the fear of success paradox, the unsettling reality that while you consciously chase success, you might also be afraid of what it brings. And sometimes that fear holds you back more than failure ever could. At first, it feels illogical. Why would anyone fear success? Isn't that the point of all this effort? But fear of success isn't about doubting your abilities. It's about fearing the consequences of achieving your goals. Success changes things. It brings visibility, expectations, responsibility. It raises the stakes. The higher you climb, the further you can fall. And that thought plants seeds of anxiety. What if you can't maintain it? What if people expect more from you than you can give? What if success isolates you, sets you apart, turns you into someone you barely recognize? These questions often hide beneath the surface, unnoticed but powerful. You find yourself procrastinating on key projects, undermining your own progress, holding back just enough to stay safe in familiar territory. Not because you're lazy, but because part of you is negotiating with an unspoken fear, the fear that success will demand a version of you you're not ready to become, that it will strip away your privacy, your ease, your current identity. Society loves the narrative of overcoming fear of failure, but rarely does it acknowledge the more subtle, more insidious fear of success, because success comes with its own burdens. Expectations rise, the pressure to perform intensifies, relationships shift. Success can trigger imposter syndrome, making you question whether you truly deserve what you've achieved. You fear being exposed as a fraud, You worry that each success increases the odds of eventual failure. Ironically, this fear often stems from a deep respect for the very thing you're pursuing. You know, success isn't just applause and accolades. It's work, responsibility, visibility, and that awareness creates tension. You want the rewards, but fear the costs. And so, unconsciously, you hold back, you play it safe. You aim for good enough, convincing yourself it's pragmatic, when in reality, it's protective. But here's where the paradox becomes liberating. Fear of success isn't a flaw, it's information. It reveals what matters to you. It highlights the parts of success that feel risky, uncomfortable, vulnerable, and once you see it clearly, you can engage with it consciously. You can ask, what am I really afraid of? Is it the workload, the judgment, the loss of freedom? By naming the fear, you shrink its power. What was once a vague dread becomes a specific challenge, something you can address rather than avoid. We all carry stories about success, cultural narratives, family expectations, personal beliefs. Some of these stories equate success with sacrifice, with burnout, with loneliness. And if those are the stories you carry, it's no wonder success feels threatening. But stories can be rewritten. You can redefine what success means for you. You can choose models of success that align with your values, that honor balance, authenticity, and well-being. Fear of success often masks a fear of change. Because success, by definition, changes things. It changes how people see you, how you see yourself. It demands growth, adaptation, evolution. And growth, while exciting, is also uncomfortable. It asks you to let go of old identities, to step into unfamiliar roles. That discomfort is natural, but it doesn't have to be paralyzing. In fact, acknowledging the fear can be a catalyst for more sustainable success. When you understand what you're afraid of, you can build strategies to navigate it. You can set boundaries to protect your time and energy. You can cultivate relationships that ground you, that keep you connected to who you are beyond your achievements. You can approach success not as a peak to conquer, but as a journey to navigate mindfully. We too often mistake relentless striving for success. But true success isn't about constant hustle. It's about alignment, about creating a life where your achievements reflect your values, not your anxieties. It's about building a version of success that feels sustainable, fulfilling, human. Think of the times you've sabotaged your own progress, not out of laziness, but out of fear. Fear of what success might demand. Fear of losing yourself in the process. These moments aren't failures. They're invitations to reassess, to ensure that the success you're chasing is one you actually want. There's a quiet strength in admitting you're afraid of success. It shows you're aware of the trade-offs. It means you're not chasing blindly. It gives you the chance to design your path intentionally, to succeed on your own terms, and perhaps that's the resolution of the paradox. The goal isn't to eliminate the fear of success, it's to work with it, to let it inform smarter choices, to recognize that fear is a signpost, not a stop sign. It points to the areas where you need support, clarity, preparation. And with that awareness, you can move forward, not fearlessly, but courageously. Because success doesn't have to mean losing yourself. It doesn't have to be a burden you carry alone. When approached mindfully, success becomes an extension of who you already are. Not a mask you wear, but a reflection of your growth. So the next time you feel yourself pulling back, hesitating, just as things start to go well, pause, listen, not to silence the fear, but to understand it, to let it teach you what matters, and then step forward, not in defiance of the fear, but with it, as an ally, as a reminder that you're human, that growth is uncomfortable, and that's precisely why it's worth pursuing. In the end, fearing success doesn't make you weak. It makes you honest, and in that honesty lies your greatest strength. The self-image paradox, seeing yourself through others' eyes. You think you know who you are. You have a self-image, an internal portrait of your personality, your strengths, your flaws. But quietly, often without noticing, that image is shaped not just by how you see yourself, but by how you believe others see you. You catch glimpses of yourself through their reactions, their words, their silences. And over time, these reflections begin to color your own perception. This is the self-image paradox. The strange loop where your sense of self is built through the eyes of others, even as you try to define it on your own terms. At first, it feels harmless. After all, feedback helps you grow. Others offer perspectives you might miss. But there's a subtle shift that happens when reflection becomes dependence. When the mirror others hold starts to feel more real than your own inner knowing. You begin to measure your worth by their approval. You start adjusting your behavior to fit the version of you they seem to prefer. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, your self-image becomes a collage of external opinions. This isn't weakness, it's human. We're social creatures, wired for connection. From childhood, we learn who we are through interaction. Praise, criticism, acceptance, rejection. These shape our early self-concept. But as adults, the challenge becomes differentiating between valuable feedback and identity distortion, between growth and people-pleasing, between connection and conformity. The paradox deepens because you need others to see yourself clearly, but relying too much on their vision can blur your own. It's like trying to find your reflection in a broken mirror. The pieces might reflect parts of you accurately, but none of them can show the whole. Yet it's easy to forget this, especially in a world that constantly offers mirrors. Social media, workplace dynamics, family expectations, each reflecting a version of you, sometimes flattering, sometimes harsh, rarely complete. You begin to internalize these fragmented reflections. If people see you as competent, you feel competent. If they doubt you, you doubt yourself. Their gaze becomes a filter through which you evaluate your own abilities, your own worth, and the more you seek external validation, the more detached you become from your internal compass. But here's the irony. While you fear being misunderstood, you often curate yourself to match what you think others want to see. You present a version of yourself designed to gain approval, to fit in, to feel accepted. And when that version is praised, it reinforces the cycle. You start believing the performance is the person. Yet deep down, there's a quiet dissonance, a sense that the self you're showing is not fully aligned with the self you feel. This gap creates tension, exhaustion. The effort to maintain an image that doesn't quite fit drains you. It also breeds anxiety, because if your self-worth is built on others' perceptions, it feels perpetually at risk. A single criticism can shake your confidence. A lack of attention can make you question your value. You become vulnerable to the shifting tides of opinion, trapped in a loop of external confirmation. Yet self-image isn't formed in isolation. Completely ignoring others' perspectives isn't the solution. Feedback is valuable. Connection matters. The challenge is in balance, in learning to see yourself with clarity while staying open to growth, in distinguishing between reflections that help you refine your self-image and those that distort it. One of the most powerful shifts you can make is moving from reaction to reflection. Instead of immediately internalizing others' opinions, you pause. You ask, does this feedback align with my values, my experience, my truth? This pause creates space. Space to evaluate, to filter, to choose what becomes part of your self-concept. We, too, fall into the trap of over-identifying with others' perceptions. We remember compliments that defined us, criticisms that wounded us, moments when someone's view of us reshaped our own. But over time, we learn that no single reflection captures the whole, that who we are cannot be fully defined by external eyes. Building a resilient self-image requires deliberate practice. It starts with self-awareness, regularly checking in with your values, your intentions, your own quiet knowing of who you are. It involves surrounding yourself with people who reflect you back with honesty and kindness, who see your potential without demanding you fit their mold. And most importantly, it means giving yourself permission to define your worth independently of applause or critique. Think of a funhouse mirror. Some stretch you tall, some squash you short, others twist your image in bizarre ways. If you based your self-perception solely on those mirrors, you'd have a distorted view. The same happens with social reflections. Not every opinion deserves to shape your self-image. Learning to discern which mirrors offer clarity and which offer distortion is a lifelong skill. Another layer of the paradox is internal. Sometimes you become your harshest critic, projecting imagined judgments onto others. You assume they see you as incompetent, unworthy, invisible, but often these projections reflect your own insecurities more than their actual thoughts. Untangling these imagined reflections from reality requires mindfulness, self-compassion, the courage to challenge your inner critic. Success in navigating the self-image paradox doesn't mean ignoring others entirely. It means reclaiming authorship over your identity narrative, listening but not absorbing blindly, reflecting but not reacting reflexively, grounding your self-image in your values, your growth, your lived experiences. This doesn't make you immune to judgment, but it makes you resilient. Feedback becomes data, not a verdict. Praise becomes a pleasant bonus, not a lifeline. Criticism becomes an opportunity for reflection, not a source of identity crisis. In the end, the clearest mirror is found within, not in ego-driven affirmations, but in honest, compassionate self-awareness, in the willingness to see your strengths without arrogance and your flaws without shame, to hold the complexity of who you are without needing constant external confirmation. The paradox resolves when you realize that while others' perceptions offer valuable perspectives, they do not define you, you define you. Through your actions, your choices, your integrity. The self-image that endures is the one built from within, informed but not dictated by the world around you. So the next time you catch yourself seeking yourself in someone else's eyes, pause, breathe. Remember, their reflection is a piece of the picture, not the whole canvas. And you are the artist, not the reflection. The comfort zone paradox, safety, that slowly traps you. You crave comfort, not as a luxury, but as a refuge, a safe space where the unpredictable is kept at bay, where you know what to expect and how to respond. Comfort feels like control, like stability. And in a world that often feels chaotic, that safety is alluring. So you build routines, habits, environments that protect you from discomfort. And for a while, it works. You feel secure, grounded. But slowly, quietly, comfort reveals its shadow side. The very safety that soothes you begins to limit you. The familiar becomes a boundary. The predictable becomes a cage. This is the comfort zone paradox, the unsettling truth that what feels safest can, over time, quietly trap you. At first, staying within your comfort zone feels like a smart choice. Why risk failure? Why invite discomfort when you've carved out a space where things are manageable? But growth lives outside that space. And without growth, stagnation creeps in. Not suddenly, but gradually. You stop challenging yourself. You avoid situations that stretch you. Opportunities start to look like threats. And while you tell yourself you're being practical, deep down, you feel the dull ache of potential left unexplored. The paradox is subtle. Comfort is not the enemy. Rest, recovery, familiarity, they're essential. But when comfort becomes a default, when it turns from a pause into a permanent state, it begins to erode your confidence. You become less willing to take risks, less curious about new experiences. The unknown starts to feel dangerous simply because it's unknown. And this shrinking of your world happens without alarms. No dramatic warnings, just a slow narrowing of options, a quiet settling for less. We often think of the comfort zone as harmless, a place to retreat to when life gets overwhelming. And in moderation, it is. But living there permanently is like staying in the shallow end of a pool, not because you can't swim, but because you've convinced yourself the deep end is unsafe. Over time, you lose the ability to navigate deeper waters. Not because you never had the skill, but because you stopped using it. There's a hidden cost to this safety. The longer you stay within your comfort zone, the more alien discomfort feels, the harder it becomes to step outside. You build walls, not realizing they're walls, until you look up one day and wonder why you feel stuck, restless, unfulfilled. The safety you once sought now feels suffocating, and yet breaking free feels daunting, because beyond those walls lies uncertainty, challenge, vulnerability. But here's the paradoxical truth. Discomfort is not the opposite of safety. It's the pathway to a deeper, more resilient form of security, the kind that comes from knowing you can handle challenges, navigate change, adapt and grow. True confidence isn't built by avoiding discomfort. It's built by facing it, by proving to yourself again and again that you're capable of more than you imagined. The comfort zone isn't inherently bad. It's a place to rest, to recharge. The problem arises when you confuse rest with residence. Growth happens at the edge of discomfort, not in the panic zone where overwhelm takes over, but in that stretch zone where you're challenged just enough to evolve. Each time you step into that space, you expand your comfort zone. What was once intimidating becomes familiar. What was once a risk becomes routine. And in this way, you grow, not by abandoning safety, but by expanding its boundaries. Think of every meaningful achievement in your life. Chances are, it required you to step outside your comfort zone, to take a risk, to face uncertainty, to stretch beyond the familiar. These moments weren't comfortable, but they were necessary. They shaped you, strengthened you. And yet, it's easy to forget this. When the allure of comfort whispers promises of ease and predictability, we too fall into this trap. We choose familiar routines over new challenges, not out of laziness, but out of a desire to avoid discomfort. But avoidance rarely leads to fulfillment. It leads to stagnation. The challenge then is to redefine your relationship with discomfort, not as something to fear, but as a signpost for growth. Breaking free from the comfort zone doesn't require grand gestures. It starts with small, intentional steps. Saying yes to opportunities that stretch you, trying something new, even if it feels awkward, engaging with uncertainty in manageable doses. Each step reinforces your capacity for adaptation. Each step builds resilience. Over time, these small acts accumulate. Your comfort zone expands. You become more flexible, more confident, more alive. You begin to realize that the discomfort you once feared was not a threat, it was a teacher, and the lessons it offers are essential for a fulfilling life. The paradox resolves not by rejecting comfort, but by using it wisely, as a place to rest, not to hide, as a foundation from which to explore, not a ceiling that limits your growth. True comfort comes not from staying safe, but from knowing you can navigate discomfort when it arises. So the next time you feel the pull to stay in the familiar, ask yourself, am I resting or am I hiding? Am I choosing safety or avoiding growth? Because every time you step beyond your comfort zone, you reclaim a piece of your potential. You rediscover parts of yourself that only reveal themselves in challenge. And in doing so, you build a deeper, more durable sense of confidence. In the end, the comfort zone isn't a prison unless you make it one. It can be a refuge, a starting point, a place of recovery. But life, growth, meaning, fulfillment, happens when you dare to step beyond its borders. That's the paradox resolved. Comfort feels like safety. But real safety, real strength, is built outside of it. The learning paradox. The more you learn, the less you feel you know. You set out to learn more, to expand your understanding, to feel more confident, to gain mastery over a subject or a skill. In the beginning, progress feels exhilarating. You absorb new information, connect new dots, and with each piece of knowledge, you feel smarter, more capable. But somewhere along the way, something shifts. The more you learn, the more aware you become of how much you don't know. What once felt like clarity now feels like vastness. Answers lead to more questions. Certainty dissolves into complexity. This is the learning paradox. The deeper your knowledge grows, the more you realize the limits of your understanding. At first, this seems discouraging. You imagined learning would bring you closer to certainty. That mastery would feel like standing on solid ground. Instead, it feels like standing on a small island, realizing the ocean of what you don't know stretches infinitely around you. The more you look, the bigger it gets. This isn't a flaw in your learning. It's a feature, because real knowledge isn't just about collecting facts. It's about recognizing the scope of your ignorance. When you know little, it's easy to feel confident. With limited exposure, topics seem simple, answers seem clear. But as you learn more, you start to see the nuances, the exceptions, the contradictions. What seemed black and white now reveals shades of gray. The world becomes more complex, not because it's changing, but because you're seeing it more clearly. This realization can be humbling, even unsettling. It challenges the ego's desire for certainty, but it's also where true understanding begins. The more you learn, the less you rely on oversimplified assumptions. You develop intellectual humility, the recognition that knowledge is never complete, that every answer is provisional, subject to revision as you learn more. Yet this humility can feel uncomfortable. In a culture that values quick answers and confident opinions, admitting "I don't know" feels risky. You might hesitate to share your thoughts, fearing you're not expert enough. You might compare yourself to others who speak with certainty, forgetting that confidence isn't always correlated with competence. This discomfort leads to a common illusion. The more you know, the less you feel you know. Not because you're becoming less intelligent, but because your awareness of complexity is growing. You're no longer satisfied with surface-level answers. You start asking better questions, and in doing so, you move closer to wisdom. The paradox lies in this very shift. Learning doesn't shrink your ignorance. It expands your awareness of it. But this isn't a sign of failure. It's progress. Because only by seeing the vastness of what you don't know can you navigate knowledge responsibly. You become more careful with conclusions, more open to other perspectives, less likely to mistake familiarity for expertise. We too experience this paradox. The deeper we dive into a topic, the more we encounter its intricacies. Each layer of understanding reveals new dimensions, new challenges, new uncertainties. And in that expansion, we learn not just facts, but also the humility to remain curious, to keep questioning, to embrace not knowing as a natural part of learning. The Dunning-Kruger effect explains this well. Those with little knowledge overestimate their competence, while those with more knowledge tend to underestimate theirs. Not because they're less capable, but because they're more aware of the unknowns. True experts often express their knowledge with caution, aware that there's always more to learn. So how do you navigate this paradox without becoming paralyzed by it? By shifting your relationship with knowledge. Instead of seeking final answers, you embrace learning as an ongoing journey. You focus not on arriving at certainty, but on deepening your understanding. You recognize that growth comes not from knowing everything, but from staying open to learning more. Think of learning like climbing a mountain. From the base, the peak looks close, but as you ascend, new peaks appear. The landscape reveals its vastness. The goal is no longer just to reach the top, but to explore, to experience, to understand the terrain. Mastery becomes less about conquering knowledge and more about coexisting with its complexity. This mindset shift transforms how you approach challenges. Instead of fearing what you don't know, you become curious about it. Uncertainty becomes an invitation, not a threat. You learn to say, "I don't know yet," seeing ignorance not as a weakness, but as a starting point for growth. The paradox also protects you from complacency. It keeps you learning, questioning, refining your understanding. It encourages lifelong learning, not as a chore, but as a natural, fulfilling process. Because the moment you think you know everything is the moment you stop growing. We admire those who can admit what they don't know. Their humility reflects not ignorance, but wisdom. It shows they value truth over ego, understanding over appearance. This kind of intellectual honesty builds credibility. It fosters deeper discussions, better collaborations, richer insights. In your own journey, embracing the learning paradox means giving yourself permission to be both knowledgeable and uncertain. To be a student, always. To approach each new topic with curiosity, even if it means revising previous beliefs. To see learning not as a race to the finish line, but as an ever-evolving exploration. The paradox resolves not by eliminating the feeling of the more I learn, the less I know, but by reframing it as a sign of growth. It becomes a badge of deeper understanding, not a burden. You stop measuring your knowledge by how many answers you have, and start valuing the quality of your questions. So the next time you feel overwhelmed by how much there is to learn, pause. Recognize that this feeling isn't a setback. It's evidence of your expanding perspective. It means you're seeing more clearly. It means you're growing. In the end, true learning humbles you, stretches you, and connects you more deeply to the world's complexity. And that is not a flaw in the process. It's the very heart of it. The effort-reward paradox. Working harder doesn't always pay off. You've been told that hard work is the key to success. That effort equals reward. That if you just push harder, stay longer, grind more, good things will follow. And for a time, this belief seems to hold true. Early in your journey, effort pays visible dividends. You study, you improve. You practice, you grow. You invest time, and you see returns. But somewhere along the way, the equation shifts. More effort stops bringing more results. You work harder, but the progress slows. The rewards plateau. This is the effort-reward paradox, the uncomfortable truth that working harder doesn't always lead to better outcomes. At first, it feels unfair. You think, shouldn't more input equal more output? Isn't that how hard work is supposed to work? But in reality, effort has diminishing returns. What starts as a linear relationship quickly becomes exponential in the wrong direction. The first hours of practice are filled with learning. The next brings smaller improvements. Beyond a certain point, working harder simply makes you tired, not better. You find yourself expending more energy for less reward. This paradox reveals a deeper misunderstanding about effort. It's not that hard work is useless. It's that effort alone, without strategy, direction, or reflection, becomes inefficient. You can push a boulder uphill, but if you're on the wrong hill, your effort won't get you where you want to go. Productivity becomes a false signal. You feel busy, but not necessarily effective. You mistake movement for progress. Modern culture glorifies hustle. No pain, no gain becomes a mantra. But beneath the surface, this obsession with effort often masks a fear of slowing down, of reassessing, of changing direction. You keep pushing because pausing feels like failure. But sometimes, pausing is the most productive thing you can do. It's the moment when you step back, look at the bigger picture, and ask, am I working hard on the right things? We too fall into this trap. We overwork, not because we love the grind, but because we fear what happens if we stop. Fear of falling behind, fear of seeming lazy, fear of confronting the uncomfortable question of whether our efforts are aligned with meaningful goals. But real progress doesn't come from mindless effort. It comes from mindful effort, from choosing where to direct your energy, and more importantly, where not to. The effort-reward paradox is especially evident in areas where quality matters more than quantity. In creative work, problem-solving, leadership, burning the candle at both ends rarely leads to brilliance. Mental fatigue clouds judgment. Physical exhaustion slows creativity. Yet the cultural narrative persists. More hours equals more value. This mindset leads to burnout, not breakthroughs. Breaking free from this paradox requires a shift in mindset, from valuing effort itself to valuing effective effort, from seeing hard work as a virtue to seeing smart work as a necessity. This doesn't mean avoiding hard work. It means working hard on the right things, in the right way, with enough rest and reflection to maintain clarity. Think of elite athletes. They train intensely, yes, but also strategically. Rest and recovery are built into their routines, not as afterthoughts, but as essential components of performance. The same applies to mental and creative work. Without rest, without reflection, effort becomes wasteful. You push harder, but your effectiveness declines. Another layer of this paradox is emotional. Sometimes working harder becomes a form of self-validation. You equate your worth with your output. If you're not constantly producing, you feel inadequate. This mindset traps you in a cycle where effort becomes an end in itself, rather than a means to meaningful outcomes. You grind, not because it's necessary, but because it feels safer than questioning whether your efforts are truly aligned with your goals. The solution lies in intentionality, in asking not just, how hard am I working, but why am I working this hard? What am I trying to achieve? Is this the best use of my time and energy? These questions create space for smarter choices. They allow you to pivot when needed, to rest without guilt, to recognize when less effort, applied strategically, yields better results. Paradoxically, some of the most successful people are not those who work the hardest in terms of raw hours, but those who work with the most clarity and focus. They understand, leverage, the idea that certain actions, though small, can produce outsized results when chosen wisely. They prioritize deep work over shallow busyness. They rest to sharpen their performance, rather than wear exhaustion as a badge of honor. Reframing your relationship with effort doesn't diminish its value, it elevates it. You stop equating worth with exhaustion. You begin to see effort as a precious, finite resource to be invested wisely, not squandered indiscriminately. You embrace the idea that sustainable success isn't about constant hustle, but about rhythm, knowing when to push, when to pause, when to pivot. In the end, the effort-reward paradox teaches you that more is not always better. That relentless grinding can be counterproductive. That strategic, intentional effort, combined with rest, reflection, and clarity, leads to far greater rewards than brute force ever could. So the next time you find yourself thinking, I just need to work harder, pause. Ask yourself if that's truly the case. Or if perhaps you need to work differently, more mindfully, more strategically, because working smarter, not just harder, is where real, lasting progress lives. That's the paradox resolved. Effort is essential, but only when it's aligned, intentional, and balanced. The scarcity paradox. Having less increases value. Scarcity has a strange power over us. The less of something there is, the more valuable it seems. A rare gem, a limited edition product, a fleeting opportunity. These instantly capture our attention, not always because of their inherent usefulness, but because their rarity signals importance. This is the scarcity paradox, the phenomenon where having less of something increases its perceived value, sometimes far beyond its actual worth. At first glance, it seems logical. Scarcity creates demand, but beneath the surface, scarcity plays with deeper psychological levers. Our fear of missing out, our desire for significance, our instinct to secure what's limited before someone else does. From an evolutionary perspective, this makes sense. In environments where resources were genuinely scarce, food, shelter, safety, valuing what was rare was a survival strategy. If water is scarce, its value skyrockets. But in the modern world, scarcity is often manufactured. Limited time offers, countdown clocks, artificial shortages, all designed to trigger that ancient survival response. And it works. Scarcity creates urgency. It makes us feel that acting quickly is smart, even necessary. But sometimes, this urgency clouds our judgment. We mistake scarcity for value. We assume that if something is rare, it must be worth having. And that assumption can lead us to overvalue things simply because they are hard to get. This paradox shows up everywhere. In marketing, in relationships, in opportunities. A product becomes desirable not because it's better, but because it's almost sold out. A person becomes more attractive when they're unavailable. An event feels more significant when it's exclusive. Scarcity amplifies perceived value, but not necessarily real value. It distorts our perception, narrowing our focus to what's limited, often at the expense of what's genuinely meaningful. We too fall into this trap. We chase after scarce opportunities, fearing regret, fearing that if we don't act now, we'll miss out forever. Yet in that rush, we rarely stop to ask, do I actually want this? Does it align with my goals? Or am I being pulled in by the mere fact that it's scarce? The scarcity paradox plays with our emotions, making us reactive rather than reflective. But scarcity isn't inherently manipulative. It can also create appreciation. When resources are limited, we tend to value them more mindfully. A rare experience, a sunset, a heartfelt conversation, a moment of silence, feels precious precisely because it's not constant. Scarcity can sharpen our focus, deepen our gratitude, and remind us not to take abundance for granted. The paradox lies in balance. Scarcity can enhance value, but it can also inflate it artificially. Think of how digital content works. An unlimited stream of videos, articles, and posts competes for your attention. But when a piece of content is rare, when it feels curated, thoughtful, intentional, it stands out. Scarcity filters noise. It makes us pay attention. Yet, scarcity can also create bubbles of overvaluation. Consider collectibles, NFTs, luxury brands, where rarity is often leveraged to inflate worth beyond reason. The item itself may be ordinary, but its scarcity crafts an illusion of extraordinary value. In relationships, the scarcity paradox plays out subtly. Sometimes we desire people more when they're distant or emotionally unavailable, not because the relationship is fulfilling, but because scarcity creates allure. The attention that is rarely given feels more precious. Yet, this dynamic can be misleading. Scarcity is not a reliable indicator of quality. Just because something is rare doesn't mean it's right for you. Breaking free from the scarcity trap requires mindfulness. It starts with pausing when scarcity triggers urgency. Asking yourself, am I drawn to this because it's valuable to me or because it's rare? Would I want this if it were abundant? These questions create space for clarity. They allow you to differentiate between genuine desire and scarcity-induced impulse. Scarcity also affects how we value our own time and energy. When we spread ourselves too thin, when every moment is filled with noise and distraction, we lose touch with what matters. But when we protect our time, when we create scarcity around our attention, its value increases, not artificially, but meaningfully. You begin to invest your focus where it truly counts. We often think of scarcity as external, about objects, opportunities, resources. But personal boundaries, focus, and intentional living also create a healthy form of scarcity. When you're not constantly available, when you don't say yes to everything, your contributions become more deliberate, more impactful. Scarcity in this context isn't manipulation. It's respect for your time, for your energy, for your values. The paradox resolves when you learn to distinguish between scarcity that enhances genuine value and scarcity that merely plays with perception. Not all that is rare is valuable, and not all that is abundant is worthless. The challenge is to look beyond the surface, to align your choices with your deeper values, not with the artificial urgency scarcity can create. In the end, scarcity can be a powerful lens. It can help you appreciate what's meaningful, filter out distractions, and focus your energy, but only when engaged with mindfully. Otherwise, it becomes a trap, a shiny lure that pulls you into chasing things you don't truly need, simply because they're hard to get. So the next time scarcity tugs at your attention, pause, reflect. Choose not to react, but to respond, because true value isn't defined by how little of something exists, but by how deeply it resonates with you. The emotional detachment paradox. Caring less hurts more. You think detaching emotionally will protect you, that caring less will hurt less. So you pull back, build walls, lower expectations. You tell yourself it's practical, smart, even, mature, to stop getting so invested, to stop letting people or outcomes affect you. At first, it feels like strength. You're untouchable, unbothered, safe. But over time, something unexpected happens. The more you detach, the more disconnected you feel, not just from pain, but from joy, from meaning, from life itself. This is the emotional detachment paradox. The more you try to shield yourself by caring less, the more it quietly hurts you. It begins with good intentions. You've been hurt before, disappointed, let down. Naturally, you want to avoid repeating that. Emotional detachment promises a simple solution. If you don't care, you can't be hurt. But what it doesn't tell you is that numbing pain also numbs joy. That the walls you build to keep out disappointment also keep out connection. You find yourself feeling isolated, not because people have left, but because you've withdrawn. This paradox deepens because emotional detachment doesn't eliminate emotion. It suppresses it. And suppressed emotions don't vanish. They accumulate. They manifest as tension, as apathy, as quiet sadness. You become less reactive, yes, but also less engaged. Life starts to feel muted. Experiences lose their vibrancy. Relationships feel shallow, not because others have changed, but because you've stopped showing up fully. We too fall into this pattern. We convince ourselves that detachment is maturity, that being unaffected is a sign of control. But true emotional strength isn't about caring less. It's about caring wisely, about staying open, even when it's risky, about feeling deeply without being consumed. Detachment promises safety, but it often delivers loneliness. Humans are wired for connection, for emotional engagement. When you deny this need, you don't transcend pain, you amplify it. It becomes a background ache, a quiet erosion of fulfillment. But the answer isn't swinging to the other extreme. Emotional overwhelm is exhausting. Caring recklessly leaves you vulnerable. The solution lies in balanced engagement, in learning to hold emotions without letting them control you. To care deeply, but with boundaries. To invest, but without attachment to outcomes. Emotional detachment, when misunderstood, becomes avoidance. You stop engaging with discomfort, hoping it will go away. But avoided emotions don't disappear. They resurface in other ways, through anxiety, through irritability, through a persistent sense of dissatisfaction. You think you're protecting yourself, but in reality, you're bottling up what needs to be processed. The paradox resolves when you realize that emotional connection and emotional resilience are not opposites. They're intertwined. You build resilience not by shutting down, but by learning to navigate emotions skillfully, by allowing yourself to care, while also cultivating the capacity to recover from hurt. Think of meaningful relationships. The people you feel closest to are not those who are indifferent. They're the ones who care, who show up, who invest emotionally. That depth of connection requires vulnerability, and vulnerability, by nature, involves risk. But without that risk, there's no real intimacy, no real joy. We often fear that caring makes us weak, but in reality, caring consciously, being present, empathetic, engaged, requires immense strength. It demands courage. It challenges the ego's desire for control. True detachment isn't about disengaging. It's about maintaining inner calm while staying emotionally connected. Imagine a tree in a storm. Rigidity causes it to snap. Flexibility allows it to bend and survive. Emotional resilience works the same way. Detachment that isolates you makes you brittle, but engagement, balanced with emotional flexibility, makes you strong. Another layer of this paradox is self-detachment. Sometimes, in an effort to avoid emotional pain, you disconnect from your own feelings. You stop checking in with yourself. You become so focused on staying unaffected that you lose touch with your own needs, your own desires. This self-detachment leads to burnout, to a loss of purpose, to a life that feels like going through the motions. Reconnecting begins with small acts of emotional honesty. Asking yourself, what am I really feeling? What do I need right now? Allowing those answers to surface without judgment, and then choosing to engage with yourself, with others, with life, not recklessly, but with awareness. You don't have to be at the mercy of your emotions, but you also don't have to shut them out. Emotional maturity is about integration, about being able to hold joy and pain, hope and disappointment, connection and boundaries, all at once. In the end, the emotional detachment paradox teaches you that caring less doesn't hurt less. It hurts differently. It creates a slow, creeping disconnection from what makes life meaningful. The goal is not to feel less, but to feel with wisdom, to remain open-hearted even when it's risky, to allow yourself the full spectrum of human experience while staying anchored in self-awareness. So the next time you feel the impulse to pull back, to care less, pause. Ask yourself, am I protecting myself, or am I disconnecting from what truly matters? Because true safety doesn't come from building walls. It comes from building the capacity to stay open, to feel deeply, and to navigate those feelings with grace. That's the paradox resolved. Emotional detachment promises to protect you, but true strength is found in the courage to care, even when it hurts. The control illusion paradox. Believing you're in charge when you're not. You like to believe you're in control, that your choices shape your life, your plans dictate your future, your willpower steers your outcomes. It's comforting to think of yourself as the driver, navigating toward a destination of your choosing. But life, in its quiet complexity, rarely works that way. Events unfold beyond your influence. People act in ways you can't predict. Circumstances shift without your consent. And slowly, you begin to realize that much of what you thought you controlled was never truly in your hands. This is the control illusion paradox. The deceptive belief that you're in charge, when in reality, so much of what shapes your life lies outside your command. At first, this feels unsettling. The idea of not being in control seems like a threat. After all, control feels like safety. If you can manage every variable, you can protect yourself from failure, from pain, from uncertainty. So you plan meticulously. You double down on routines. You micromanage details, believing this will keep chaos at bay. But despite your efforts, things still go wrong. Plans unravel. Life surprises you. And with each disruption, the illusion cracks a little more. Yet paradoxically, the more you cling to control, the more fragile you become. Because when your sense of security depends on managing every outcome, unpredictability feels intolerable. You live in a constant state of tension, bracing for the next disruption. Control becomes a prison, not a safeguard. You're no longer responding to life. You're reacting to your fear of losing grip. We too fall into this pattern. We overestimate our influence, not out of arrogance, but out of a deep-seated need for certainty. The human brain craves predictability. It prefers a bad plan over no plan. But this craving blinds us to the reality that much of life is emergent, shaped by countless factors beyond individual will. Consider how little you control. The economy, global events, other people's choices, even your own thoughts and emotions. At times, you can influence, guide, prepare, but control, rarely. Yet accepting this isn't defeatist, it's liberating. Because in recognizing what you can't control, you begin to focus on what you can. Your responses, your mindset, your values, your actions in the face of uncertainty. This shift from control to influence is where true agency resides. You stop wasting energy on the uncontrollable and start investing it where it counts. You become adaptive, resilient, flexible, like a skilled sailor who can't control the wind but masters the sails. The sea doesn't change for you, but you learn to navigate it. The paradox is that real power comes not from controlling everything, but from mastering your response to what you can't control. This is not passive acceptance, it's active engagement with reality. You remain grounded but flexible, clear in your direction but open to adjusting your path. Another layer of the control illusion lies in how you perceive success and failure. When things go well, it's tempting to attribute success solely to your efforts. When they go poorly, you might blame yourself entirely. Both extremes ignore the complex web of factors at play. Recognizing the role of luck, timing, external influences doesn't diminish your achievements. It contextualizes them. It fosters humility in success and self-compassion in failure. In relationships, The illusion of control manifests subtly. You may try to manage how others perceive you, how they feel, how they act. But people are autonomous, unpredictable. Attempting to control their reactions often backfires, leading to frustration and disconnect. True connection arises not from control, but from authenticity, empathy, and the willingness to meet people where they are, not where you want them to be. The control illusion also feeds anxiety. The more you believe you should be able to control everything, the more anxious you become when life inevitably proves otherwise. You begin to see every disruption as a personal failure, rather than a natural part of existence. Letting go of this illusion reduces anxiety, not by surrendering to chaos, but by aligning your expectations with reality. We often glorify taking control of your life as the ultimate goal, but perhaps a better goal is learning to flow with life, steering where you can, adapting where you must, and accepting that unpredictability is not an enemy to defeat, but a reality to navigate. Mindfulness teaches this principle well. By anchoring yourself in the present moment, you shift focus from trying to control outcomes to engaging fully with what is. You respond with clarity rather than react out of fear. This doesn't eliminate challenges, but it transforms your relationship with them. The illusion of control also creates blind spots. It makes you underestimate systemic factors, privilege, opportunity, randomness. You might believe hard work guarantees success, overlooking how many variables outside your effort contribute. This narrow view can lead to unfair self-judgment and a lack of empathy for others. Expanding your perspective fosters both humility and compassion. The paradox resolves when you stop equating control with power. True power lies in adaptability, in emotional regulation, in strategic influence. It lies in the courage to act decisively while accepting uncertainty, in focusing your energy on what's within reach, your habits, your mindset, your integrity, and releasing the exhausting need to manage what isn't. Letting go of the control illusion isn't about giving up. It's about redirecting your efforts wisely. You stop trying to command the storm and start learning how to dance in the rain. You become less brittle, more resilient. Challenges become opportunities to practice flexibility rather than threats to your imagined control. So the next time life veers off course, pause. Breathe. Remind yourself, it's not about controlling everything. It's about responding with clarity, courage, and grace. Because paradoxically, the less you try to control the uncontrollable, the more power you gain over your own experience. That's the paradox resolved. Control was never the goal. Mastery of response is. The dopamine paradox, pleasure that dulls itself. Pleasure feels simple. You seek what feels good, avoid what feels bad. A small reward, a bite of chocolate, a scroll through social media, a fleeting moment of success. Each triggers a surge of dopamine, the brain's way of saying, this matters, do it again. It feels like joy, like progress, like life affirming itself. But beneath this familiar loop, a strange contradiction quietly unfolds. The more you chase pleasure, the less satisfying it becomes. The more you flood your brain with easy rewards, the duller they feel. This is the dopamine paradox. The ironic reality that the very mechanism designed to motivate and reward you can, when overstimulated, turn against you, leaving you feeling restless, unsatisfied, even empty. At first, this cycle is invisible. You feel productive checking notifications, entertained binging endless content, rewarded by every small like and message. But as the novelty wears off, you notice something subtle. The same actions bring less satisfaction. The brain, always adapting, recalibrates its baseline. What once felt exciting becomes ordinary. To regain that initial high, you seek more time, more intensity, more frequency. But the returns diminish. You keep pulling the lever, hoping for the same reward, not realizing the machine has changed. This isn't a flaw in your biology, it's how the brain protects itself. Dopamine, at its core, isn't about pleasure. It's about learning what's important for survival and motivation. But in a modern environment saturated with artificially engineered stimuli, endless social feeds, hyperpalatable foods, instant notifications, this ancient system becomes hijacked. What was once a finely tuned mechanism for motivating purposeful action becomes a runaway feedback loop of shallow rewards. You're no longer seeking meaningful pleasure, you're managing cravings. We all fall into this pattern. We chase what feels good in the moment, believing it will satisfy us, only to find ourselves feeling empty, restless, looking for the next hit. The problem isn't that dopamine is bad. Without it, you'd lose motivation entirely. The problem is how easily we confuse short-term stimulation with long-term fulfillment. Quick hits of dopamine feel rewarding, but they rarely satisfy deeply. Over time, they leave you desensitized, not just to pleasure, but to meaning. The paradox deepens because true satisfaction often requires effort, patience, and delayed gratification. Learning a skill, building relationships, pursuing meaningful goals, these don't provide instant dopamine floods. They build slowly, layer by layer, through challenge, through discomfort. Yet when they do reward you, the pleasure is richer, deeper, more sustaining. But in a world addicted to immediacy, this kind of slow-burn satisfaction feels foreign, even frustrating. There's also a hidden emotional cost. The more you condition your brain to expect constant stimulation, the harder it becomes to tolerate boredom, stillness, or effort without immediate payoff. You feel anxious in silence. You check your phone compulsively, not out of need, but out of habit. Dopamine has rewired your attention, shrinking your tolerance for discomfort, even though it's within discomfort that growth and real joy often reside. Yet, the solution isn't to demonize dopamine or pleasure. It's to recalibrate your relationship with them. Mindfulness, intentional rest, periods of digital fasting. All these practices help reset your brain's sensitivity. When you reduce overstimulation, you give your reward system space to recover. Ordinary experiences regain their richness. A simple walk becomes pleasurable again. A quiet conversation feels fulfilling. The joy of anticipation returns. Think of it like a muscle. Constant overuse without rest leads to fatigue, to injury, but balanced, mindful use strengthens it. Dopamine works the same way. When you stop flooding it with constant triggers, you allow it to do what it was designed for, motivating meaningful action, reinforcing real progress, helping you savor authentic rewards. We often overlook how scarcity amplifies value. When pleasure is constant, it loses its edge. But when it's spaced, when it's earned, it becomes vivid again. This applies not just to external rewards, but to internal experiences. The satisfaction of learning something new, of overcoming a challenge, of connecting deeply with another person. These pleasures build slowly, but they nourish you in ways quick hits never can. Another layer of the paradox lies in the illusion of control. You might believe you're choosing to seek pleasure, but often it's the compulsion, the craving itself, that's driving the behavior. Recognizing this dynamic is the first step toward reclaiming agency. Instead of reacting automatically to every dopamine lure, you begin to pause to question, is this what I truly want? Or is this just an old loop playing out? Breaking free from the dopamine trap isn't about asceticism. It's about restoring choice, about widening the gap between impulse and action, about rediscovering the quiet, deeper pleasures that aren't designed to hijack you, but to enrich you. You start to savor the slow things, the hard-won things. You learn to enjoy the process, not just the reward. This shift transforms your relationship with pleasure. It stops being a chase and becomes a practice. You become more intentional with your attention. You protect it. You curate your inputs, not out of fear, but out of respect for your own mental ecosystem. You realize that not every pleasurable thing is worth pursuing, and not every moment needs to be filled with stimulation. In the end, the dopamine paradox isn't a curse. It's a lesson in balance, in pacing, in learning to align your pursuit of pleasure with what truly fulfills you. Pleasure that dulls itself through excess becomes noise, but pleasure that's earned, that's spaced, that's engaged with mindfully, that kind of pleasure deepens with time. So the next time you find yourself chasing that next hit, pause. breathe, reflect. Choose experiences that nourish, not just stimulate. Because in a world designed to hijack your attention, the real act of freedom is learning to savor less, but feel more. That's the paradox resolved. Dopamine isn't your enemy, but your relationship with it decides whether it dulls you or awakens you. The perfectionism trap. Striving for flawlessness creates flaws. You want to get it right, every detail, every step, every outcome. You believe that if you just work hard enough, plan well enough, control tightly enough, you can achieve perfection, that your efforts can erase mistakes, silence doubt, and create something flawless. This mindset feels noble at first. Perfectionism disguises itself as ambition, as high standards, as a commitment to excellence, but beneath its polished surface, it hides a quiet paradox. The more you strive for flawlessness, the more flaws you create. This is the perfectionism trap, the exhausting, self-defeating loop where your pursuit of perfect outcomes breeds anxiety, procrastination, dissatisfaction, and ironically, mediocrity. At its core, perfectionism is not really about excellence. Excellence embraces growth, learning, iteration. Perfectionism fears imperfection. It seeks control, not improvement. It demands certainty in a world that is fundamentally uncertain. This demand creates tension because no matter how hard you try, life remains unpredictable. Mistakes happen. Variables shift. You can influence outcomes, but never fully control them. And the more you resist this truth, the more trapped you become. The perfectionism trap often starts subtly. You set high goals, not inherently bad, but soon the goalposts move. Success isn't enough unless it's effortless. Progress isn't satisfying unless it's flawless. You stop celebrating growth because you're too focused on what's missing, what could be better, what's not quite right. You begin to equate your worth with your output, your value with your performance. And in doing so, you set a standard that is not only unrealistic, but also unsustainable. This mindset breeds procrastination. When perfection is the only acceptable outcome, starting feels dangerous. Every action becomes a risk of failure, of falling short. You hesitate, overthink, delay. Ironically, the fear of imperfection leads to inaction, which guarantees imperfection. You get stuck in analysis paralysis, trapped between the desire to move forward and the fear of not doing it perfectly. Perfectionism also fosters a harsh inner critic. Every mistake becomes proof of inadequacy. Every flaw feels like a personal failing. You magnify minor errors, replay them in your mind, and use them as evidence against yourself. This relentless self-judgment erodes confidence, stifles creativity, and makes risk-taking feel unbearable. We too have fallen into this trap. We've mistaken perfectionism for professionalism. We've told ourselves that high standards require zero tolerance for mistakes. But true mastery is built on iteration, on learning through doing, on the humility to improve over time. Perfectionism rejects this process. It demands flawless execution from the very beginning, which is an impossible ask for any human endeavor. Another layer of the paradox lies in how perfectionism narrows your vision. In chasing an unattainable ideal, you become hyper-focused on details, often at the expense of the bigger picture. You lose sight of the purpose behind your actions. The product becomes more important than the process. This tunnel vision limits innovation, stifles adaptability, and disconnects you from the joy of creation. Perfectionism also damages relationships. When you hold yourself to impossible standards, you may unconsciously project those standards onto others. You become critical, impatient, difficult to please. Collaboration suffers as people feel judged, inadequate, or hesitant to contribute. In trying to achieve perfection, you alienate the very people who could support your growth. And yet, perfectionism persists because it feels safe. It gives the illusion of control in an uncontrollable world. It promises approval, success, worthiness, if only you can eliminate every flaw. But this promise is a lie. Perfectionism doesn't protect you from judgment. It amplifies it. It doesn't prevent failure. It guarantees it. by making every outcome feel like failure if it's not flawless. Breaking free from the perfectionism trap requires a fundamental mindset shift. It begins with redefining success, not as flawlessness, but as progress, as effort, as learning. You begin to value iteration over immediate excellence. You celebrate small wins, not as consolation prizes, but as essential steps in growth. Self-compassion becomes critical. You learn to speak to yourself with the same kindness you would offer a friend. You recognize that mistakes are not personal failings, but opportunities for learning. This shift doesn't lower your standards, it humanizes them. It makes excellence sustainable, attainable, and deeply rewarding. Think of the people you admire most. Rarely are they flawless. Often, it's their authenticity, their resilience, their willingness to embrace imperfection that makes them admirable. Perfection is sterile. Humanity is messy. And in that messiness lies connection, creativity, and true excellence. We live in a culture that rewards outcomes but undervalues process. Social media amplifies this by showcasing polished highlights, hiding the drafts, the rejections, the messy iterations behind every perfect result. This creates a distorted perception of success, making you believe that excellence happens instantly, effortlessly. The reality is far different. Mastery is a byproduct of repeated failure, of learning, of embracing imperfection as part of the journey. Perfectionism also limits risk-taking. When you fear imperfection, you avoid challenges that could lead to growth. You stay in your comfort zone, choosing safe tasks where success feels guaranteed. But growth lives outside that zone. Innovation requires risk, experimentation, and the willingness to fail forward. Perfectionism robs you of these opportunities. The paradox deepens because the pursuit of flawlessness often leads to lower quality work. When you're paralyzed by fear of mistakes, your creativity suffers. You second-guess ideas, over-edit, lose momentum. The fluidity of creating gives way to rigidity, and what could have been excellent becomes overworked, lifeless, suffocated by the need to be perfect. The solution isn't to aim low, it's to aim wisely, to differentiate between healthy striving and toxic perfectionism. Healthy striving is driven by curiosity, growth, and passion. Perfectionism is driven by fear, shame, and the need for external validation. Learning to recognize this distinction empowers you to pursue excellence without falling into the trap. Mindfulness is a powerful tool in this process. By staying present, you shift focus from the distant ideal of perfection to the task at hand. You engage fully with the process, allowing space for mistakes, adjustments, and growth. Mindfulness helps you observe your perfectionistic tendencies without being ruled by them. It creates a gap between impulse and response, giving you the power to choose a healthier path. Another strategy is embracing the concept of good enough. This isn't about settling for mediocrity. It's about recognizing when additional effort yields diminishing returns. It's about prioritizing progress over paralysis. Often, 80% of the effort produces 80% of the results. The remaining 20% may require disproportionate effort for marginal gains. Learning to identify this point allows you to allocate your energy more effectively. Feedback also becomes crucial. Perfectionists often fear feedback because it exposes imperfections. But feedback, when approached with a growth mindset, becomes a valuable tool for improvement. It shifts the narrative from "I must be perfect" to "I am learning." It transforms critique from a threat into a resource. We must also address the role of vulnerability. Perfectionism thrives on the fear of being seen as flawed. But true connection, true leadership, true creativity emerge when you allow yourself to be seen fully, imperfections and all. Vulnerability is not weakness, it's courage. It invites authenticity, fosters trust, and creates space for meaningful growth. In the end, the perfectionism trap is a battle between fear and growth, between control and creativity, between shame and self-compassion. Escaping it requires courage, not the absence of fear, but the willingness to move forward despite it. So the next time you feel perfectionism tightening its grip, pause, breathe. Ask yourself, am I striving for excellence or am I running from imperfection? Is this effort serving my growth or feeding my fear? These questions create space. Space for choice. Space for healthier striving. Because the truth is, perfection is not the goal. Progress is. Learning is. Connection is. Excellence is born not from flawlessness, but from the courage to show up, to iterate, to evolve. That's the paradox resolved. Striving for flawlessness doesn't eliminate flaws, it amplifies them. But embracing imperfection with intention and care paves the path to real excellence. The self-fulfilling prophecy paradox. You worry you might fail. You brace yourself for disappointment. You lower expectations, telling yourself it's just being realistic. But in doing so, you plant the very seeds of the outcome you fear. Subtly, quietly, your belief in failure shapes your actions. Hesitation replaces initiative, caution replaces curiosity, and every move becomes filtered through the lens of doubt. This is the self-fulfilling prophecy paradox, the strange, frustrating reality where expecting failure becomes the very thing that makes failure more likely. At first, it feels like protection. By assuming things might go wrong, you believe you're preparing yourself, shielding yourself from the sting of disappointment. But what's really happening is more insidious. When you expect to fail, you approach challenges with half-hearted effort. You hold back, avoid risks, hesitate to fully commit. And that hesitation, born from fear, erodes your chances of success far more than the difficulty of the task itself. The belief becomes the barrier. This paradox plays out in small, almost invisible ways. You enter a job interview convinced you're not qualified. Your posture shrinks. Your answers lack confidence. The interviewer senses your uncertainty, not because you lack ability, but because you projected it. You try something new, but expect to be bad at it, so you don't practice seriously. When results are poor, you confirm your belief. See, I knew I couldn't do it. But was it inability? Or was it the self-fulfilling prophecy at work? We all fall into this loop. Doubt whispers early, shaping not just how we think, but how we act. The expectation of failure becomes a script we unknowingly follow. Each misstep feels like proof. Each setback reinforces the narrative. And slowly, it feels less like a belief and more like an inevitable truth. Yet, paradoxically, the mechanism works both ways. Positive expectations can uplift, motivate, inspire, action that increases success. The placebo effect is a scientific demonstration of this. Believing a treatment will work often triggers real physiological improvements. The brain responds to belief, not just reality. When you expect a positive outcome, you engage with more confidence, persistence, and creativity. And those qualities increase the odds of success. But negative expectations are heavier. Evolutionarily, the brain prioritizes threat detection. Doubts feel more real, more urgent. You assume worst-case scenarios to prepare for danger. But in a world where failure is rarely life-threatening, this instinct becomes maladaptive. It sabotages potential, not out of malice, but out of misguided protection. The paradox deepens because these self-fulfilling prophecies often hide under the guise of realism. You think you're being practical. You lower expectations to avoid disappointment. But what you're really doing is constraining your behavior to fit a belief you haven't challenged. This creates a feedback loop. The more you expect to fail, the less you invest. The less you invest, the more likely failure becomes. Self-awareness is the first step to breaking this loop. Recognizing when your beliefs are shaping your actions, not through conscious choice, but through unexamined assumptions, creates space for change. You ask yourself, is this belief helping me, or is it limiting me? This reflection doesn't eliminate doubt, but it loosens its grip. Mindset plays a critical role here. Carol Dweck's research on fixed versus growth mindsets illustrates this well. When you believe abilities are fixed, failure feels like a reflection of your inherent inadequacy. But when you adopt a growth mindset, believing abilities can be developed, failure becomes feedback, not condemnation. The belief shifts the response, which shifts the outcome. Self-fulfilling prophecies also operate socially. When teachers believe a student has high potential, they unconsciously provide more encouragement, more opportunities, more patience. The student, sensing this belief, rises to meet it. Conversely, low expectations become a ceiling. Leaders who believe their teams are capable foster environments where that belief becomes reality. Those who expect incompetence often see it, not because it was inevitable, but because the belief shaped the context. This dynamic applies inward as well. When you expect yourself to fail, you unconsciously create conditions that support that outcome. You avoid seeking help, fearing judgment. You neglect preparation, believing it won't matter. You give up early, interpreting normal challenges as personal shortcomings. But none of these are predetermined. They are responses. Responses you can choose to examine, challenge, and change. Breaking the self-fulfilling prophecy paradox requires a delicate balance. Blind optimism isn't the answer. Ignoring risks or overestimating abilities can backfire. The solution lies in fostering constructive belief, a mindset that acknowledges challenges but believes in the capacity to grow through them. You don't have to believe success is guaranteed. You simply need to believe that effort increases the chance of success and act accordingly. Reframing failure is crucial. Instead of seeing failure as a final verdict, you learn to view it as data, feedback, a step in a larger process. This shift transforms failure from an identity threat to a learning opportunity. And when failure is no longer feared as defining, the urgency to self-protect through low expectations diminishes. Small wins are powerful antidotes. Each success, no matter how minor, challenges the narrative of inevitable failure. Celebrating progress reinforces a more constructive self-fulfilling prophecy, one where effort, learning, and persistence are recognized and rewarded. Over time, these wins accumulate, reshaping beliefs, which in turn reshape actions, creating a positive feedback loop. Another key lies in self-talk. The inner dialogue you maintain shapes your emotional state, your confidence, your actions, shifting from self-defeating statements like, "I'll probably mess this up," to constructive reframes like, "I'll do my best and learn from it," may seem subtle, but over time, these shifts rewire your approach. They don't deny difficulty, they position you as an active participant, not a passive victim of assumed failure. Environmental cues also play a role. Surrounding yourself with people who believe in your potential reinforces positive expectations. Feedback loops are social as much as they are internal. When your environment reflects belief in your growth, it becomes easier to internalize that belief. We must also acknowledge the role of patience. Self-fulfilling prophecies don't unravel overnight. If you've spent years expecting failure, it will take time to rebuild a different narrative. But every moment of conscious action in spite of doubt chips away at the old script. Each deliberate choice to engage, to try, to persist, rewrites a line of that story. In the end, the self-fulfilling prophecy paradox teaches you this. Beliefs are powerful not because they are always accurate, but because they shape behavior. And behavior shapes outcomes. Expecting failure is not a neutral stance. It's an active influence on your future. By recognizing this, you gain the power to interrupt the cycle, to choose beliefs that serve your growth, to approach challenges with curiosity instead of fear, to create a future not dictated by old assumptions, but by deliberate, mindful engagement. So, the next time doubt whispers, "You'll fail," pause, acknowledge the thought, but don't let it dictate your action. Ask instead, what would I do if I believed success was possible? Then take that step, one action at a time. You rewrite the prophecy until eventually the self-fulfilling loop becomes a self-reinforcing path of growth, not limitation. That's the paradox resolved. Belief shapes action, and action shapes reality. When you expect failure, you pave its path. But when you choose growth, even in the face of doubt, you shift the outcome. Not through wishful thinking, but through the quiet, powerful momentum of belief put into practice. The independence paradox, relying on others to feel free. You long for independence, the freedom to make your own choices, to chart your own path, to answer only to yourself. It feels like the ultimate expression of adulthood, of self-actualization, to be free from needing others, to stand alone and thrive. But as you pursue this ideal, a quiet contradiction begins to reveal itself. The more you try to isolate your independence, the more you notice how deeply it depends on connection, on trust, on relationships. This is the independence paradox, the strange reality that true freedom often requires relying on others, that your ability to stand tall is quietly supported by the invisible network of people you let in. At first, this feels like a threat to your sense of autonomy. After all, isn't independence about not needing anyone, about being self-sufficient? But life quickly reminds you that no one is truly an island. Every freedom you enjoy is interwoven with the cooperation, support, and collaboration of others. The roads you drive on, the technologies you use, the opportunities you access, all exist because of collective effort. Independence, in this light, is not about isolation. It's about navigating interdependence with agency and choice. This paradox plays out in personal relationships too. You might believe that needing others makes you weak, vulnerable, dependent, but healthy dependence, built on mutual respect and trust, can actually expand your freedom. When you have people you can rely on, you're free to take risks, to explore, to rest. Emotional support systems provide stability, which in turn enables growth. The safety net allows you to climb higher, knowing you won't be shattered by a single misstep. We often confuse dependence with helplessness, but dependence, in its healthy form, is simply a recognition of human nature. From birth, we are wired for connection. Our survival depends on caregivers. As we grow, the form of that dependence evolves, but the need for connection remains. Even the most independent among us rely on mentors, collaborators, loved ones. Denying this need doesn't eliminate it. It just isolates you, making life harder than it needs to be. The paradox deepens because hyper-independence often stems from past wounds. Perhaps you've been let down before. Trust was broken. Help was withheld. In response, you vowed to never need anyone again. But this self-protective stance, while understandable, becomes a cage. It limits your ability to receive support, to collaborate, to experience the richness of shared effort. You end up carrying burdens alone, not because you have to, but because you've convinced yourself that doing so is noble. True independence isn't about doing everything yourself. It's about having the freedom to choose when to rely on others and when to stand alone. It's the ability to navigate interdependence with discernment, to ask for help when needed, without feeling diminished, to offer help when possible, without feeling superior. It's a balance, a dance of give and take, rooted in mutual respect. We too have fallen into the illusion of absolute independence, believing that asking for help signals weakness, that accepting support compromises strength. But in reality, the strongest people are often those who know how to lean on others wisely. They build networks of trust, not as crutches, but as scaffolding that allows them to reach greater heights. Consider teamwork. No great achievement is ever truly solo. Whether in business, science, art, or personal growth, collaboration amplifies potential. The lone genius is a myth. Behind every success story is a web of support, mentorship, partnership. Independence flourishes when nurtured within this web, not in defiance of it. The paradox also applies to emotional freedom. When you suppress vulnerability in the name of independence, you trap yourself. Emotions unshared become heavier. Struggles faced alone become magnified. Yet, when you allow yourself to be seen, to be supported, the weight lightens. You reclaim emotional space, freeing up energy for creativity, for exploration, for growth. Another layer of this paradox is trust. Independence requires the trust that others will respect your boundaries, your choices. But trust itself is a form of dependence. It's a belief in another's reliability, integrity, care. Building trust takes vulnerability. Maintaining it takes reciprocity. It's not a weakness to trust. It's a foundational pillar of functional independence. In relationships, the healthiest dynamics are those where both parties maintain individuality while supporting each other's growth. This mutual dependence is not suffocating, it's liberating. It creates a safe environment where both can thrive, knowing support is available, yet autonomy is respected. Hyper-independence, on the other hand, often leads to burnout. You take on too much, refuse to delegate, shoulder responsibilities that could be shared. This self-imposed isolation limits your capacity. You become so focused on proving you don't need anyone that you deny yourself the benefits of collaboration. And ironically, your effectiveness diminishes. Breaking free from the unhealthy side of this paradox requires reframing your understanding of independence. It's not a binary state of all or nothing. It's a spectrum, fluid and context-dependent. You can be fiercely independent in some areas while wisely dependent in others. Recognizing this nuance allows you to build a more sustainable, fulfilling life. Mindfulness helps in this journey. By becoming aware of when your drive for independence is serving you and when it's hindering you, you create space for intentional choices. You learn to differentiate between ego-driven isolation and value-driven autonomy. Boundary setting is another key element. Healthy independence thrives on clear boundaries, not walls that keep everyone out, but gates that you open and close with discernment. You learn to say no without guilt, yes without fear, and to ask for help without shame. We must also acknowledge the role of community. Independence doesn't flourish in a vacuum. It's nurtured in environments that support individual growth while fostering collective well-being. Whether it's family, friends, colleagues, or mentors, the presence of a supportive community amplifies your ability to exercise meaningful independence. In the broader societal context, independence is often celebrated as self-sufficiency. But the infrastructures that enable individual freedom, education, healthcare, economic systems, are inherently collective. True societal independence is a product of interdependent cooperation. Recognizing this reframes independence not as isolation, but as a collective achievement. The paradox resolves when you embrace interdependence as a strength, not a weakness. You reclaim your independence not by rejecting others, but by choosing your connections intentionally, by building relationships that empower rather than constrain, by accepting that needing support doesn't diminish your autonomy, it enhances it. So the next time you feel the impulse to do it all alone, pause. Ask yourself, is this true independence, or is it fear of appearing dependent? Would allowing support amplify my freedom or compromise it? These questions create space for a more balanced, empowered approach. Because in the end, independence isn't about proving you don't need anyone. It's about having the freedom to choose your supports, to navigate connection with clarity, and to thrive within the beautiful, complex web of human interdependence. That's the paradox resolved. True freedom often begins with the courage to rely on others, not as a crutch, but as a foundation for greater heights. The privacy paradox, sharing more to feel more protected. You're told to protect your privacy, to keep certain things to yourself, to be cautious about what you share, with whom, and how much. In a world where information is currency, guarding your personal data feels like a shield, a way to maintain control, to stay safe, to protect your identity. But paradoxically, the more connected we become, the more we voluntarily share. And the more we share, the safer we feel. This is the privacy paradox, the strange phenomenon where people disclose more and more of themselves, not in spite of wanting privacy, but because doing so creates an illusion of protection, of visibility, of control over how they are perceived. At first, it feels contradictory. You want privacy, yet you post updates, share photos, broadcast opinions. You allow apps to track your location, devices to record your preferences, platforms to map your social connections. You tell yourself it's harmless, even empowering. By choosing what to share, you feel you're in control of your narrative. You curate your image, hoping that by being proactive, you can manage how others see you. But beneath this voluntary exposure lies a deeper anxiety, the fear of being invisible, of being excluded, of not existing in the digital landscape where attention is the new currency. This paradox is especially potent in the age of social media. The very platforms that promise connection, community, and visibility thrive on harvesting and monetizing personal data. Yet, the more you share, the more connected you feel. Posting a photo, sharing a thought, engaging in a discussion, all create micro-validations. Each like, comment, and share reinforces your presence, your relevance. You feel seen, acknowledged, remembered. And in a strange way, this visibility feels protective. It reassures you that you matter, that you belong. But here's where the paradox turns. The information you share to feel more connected, more protected, simultaneously exposes you. Every piece of data becomes part of a larger profile, mapped, analyzed, and monetized. Algorithms predict your behavior, curate your experience, influence your decisions, all based on what you voluntarily disclosed. The boundaries between private and public blur, yet the feeling of safety persists, precisely because you chose what to reveal. We too participate in this dynamic. We share not out of recklessness, but out of a desire to shape perception. To manage how we're seen. To control the narrative. But this control is often an illusion. Once shared, information escapes your grasp. It's stored, duplicated, repurposed in ways you can't fully predict or prevent. And yet, the act of sharing continues, driven by the psychological comfort it provides. Another layer of the privacy paradox lies in the trust we place in technology. We lock our phones with passwords, enable two-factor authentication, encrypt messages, all to protect privacy. But at the same time, we allow these devices to listen, to track, to collect. The convenience they offer often outweighs the abstract risk of data exposure. You trade privacy for usability, telling yourself it's a fair exchange. After all, what harm can come from your shopping habits, your search history, your daily routines being known? Yet, these fragments of information, when aggregated, paint an intimate portrait, one far more detailed than what you might willingly disclose in person. The paradox deepens in social interactions. Sometimes, sharing personal details feels like a defensive move. By preemptively revealing vulnerabilities, you diffuse potential judgment. You control the narrative by choosing how your flaws are framed. This self-disclosure creates a sense of agency, a feeling of protection. Yet, in doing so, you widen the circle of those who hold pieces of your private life. But privacy is not merely about secrecy. It's about boundaries, about the ability to choose what remains personal and what becomes public. The paradox emerges when the tools designed to enhance connection simultaneously erode these boundaries. Notifications, prompts, and engagement. Algorithms constantly nudge you toward disclosure. Staying silent feels like falling behind. Sharing becomes the norm. Withholding becomes the exception. However, true protection doesn't come from broadcasting controlled versions of yourself. It comes from discerning what to share, with whom, and why. Privacy, in this sense, is not about total withdrawal. It's about intentional participation, about recognizing that not every thought needs a platform, not every moment needs an audience. Yet, in a culture where visibility equals relevance, the pressure to share becomes relentless. You fear being forgotten, overlooked, irrelevant. Sharing becomes a way to maintain digital existence. But the cost is subtle. Over time, you normalize the erosion of privacy. You adjust your comfort zones, accepting that personal information is now semi-public by default. We must also confront the emotional aspect of this paradox. Sharing feels validating. It satisfies a deep-seated need for recognition, for connection, for being known. But when that validation becomes habitual, you risk conflating visibility with worth. Privacy becomes less about protection and more about managing impressions, curating acceptance, chasing belonging. Breaking free from the privacy paradox requires a shift in mindset. It's about reclaiming the ability to choose, not out of fear, but out of self-respect. You begin to differentiate between meaningful sharing and habitual oversharing. You question the impulse to broadcast every aspect of your life. You recognize that true connection doesn't demand constant visibility. It thrives on authenticity, which sometimes means choosing not to share. Mindfulness becomes a crucial tool. By pausing before posting, before granting access, before clicking accept, you regain agency. You ask, is this share serving me, or is it serving an algorithm? Am I sharing for connection or for validation? What am I trading for this moment of visibility? These questions anchor you, providing clarity amidst the noise. We also need to redefine privacy in the digital age. It's no longer about total secrecy. It's about control over context. Who knows what, in which situation, and for what purpose? It's about setting boundaries that are dynamic, adapting to different relationships and platforms. Privacy becomes an active practice, not a passive state. Technology companies bear responsibility too, designing systems that respect user agency, that prioritize transparency, that offer real choice, can mitigate the negative aspects of the privacy paradox. But as individuals, awareness and intentionality remain our most immediate defenses. Until personal relationships, cultivating spaces where you can be seen fully without the pressure to perform is vital. True intimacy doesn't require broadcasting. It requires trust, presence, and mutual respect for boundaries. These offline connections become sanctuaries, counterbalancing the performative sharing of digital spaces. Ultimately, the privacy paradox teaches you that protection isn't about hiding, nor is sharing inherently risky. The danger lies in unconscious disclosure, in habitual oversharing driven by external pressures rather than internal choice. By reclaiming intentionality, you transform sharing from a reactive impulse into a conscious act of connection. So the next time you feel the urge to share for the sake of staying visible, pause. Reflect on whether this action aligns with your values, your well-being, your sense of self. Because true protection isn't found in constant exposure. It's found in the thoughtful, deliberate curation of your personal boundaries. That's the paradox resolved. Sharing more can create an illusion of safety, but real security comes from discerning what remains yours. The authentic connection paradox. Digital intimacy that feels hollow. You've never been more connected. Messages arrive in seconds. Photos, videos, voice notes, shared instantly across continents. You can see what your friends are eating, how they're feeling, where they're traveling, all in real time. You're always reachable, always visible, always a tap away. And yet, despite this constant digital closeness, something feels off. Conversations feel shallow, relationships feel thin. The more you connect, the more disconnected you feel. This is the authentic connection paradox. The unsettling truth that digital intimacy often feels hollow. That in the pursuit of staying connected, we sometimes lose the depth that true connection requires. At first, it seems like a blessing. Technology erases distance, transcends time zones, makes communication effortless. You can maintain friendships across the globe, reconnect with old acquaintances, meet new people with shared interests, but ease has its own cost. When connection becomes too easy, it risks becoming too casual, too transactional. A like, a comment, a quick emoji reaction replaces meaningful dialogue. You feel like you're keeping in touch, but the quality of those touches diminishes. This paradox reveals itself in small, subtle ways. You scroll through your feed, double tap a friend's photo, maybe leave a short comment. It feels like interaction. But when was the last time you had a deep conversation with that friend? When was the last time you really listened? Not just glanced at updates, but engaged with curiosity, with presence. The illusion of connection pacifies you, giving the sense of relationship maintenance without its substance. We too are guilty of this. We confuse visibility with intimacy. Seeing someone's daily posts gives a false sense of closeness. You know what's happening in their life, on the surface. But beneath curated photos and polished captions, the real stories often remain untold. You might know where they went last weekend, but have no idea how they're really feeling. This surface-level connection creates a peculiar loneliness. You're surrounded by people, yet starving for depth. The paradox deepens, because digital interactions are designed for speed and volume, not depth. Platforms reward engagement metrics, likes, shares, comments, not meaningful dialogue. You're encouraged to interact broadly, briefly, repeatedly. But true connection requires time, attention, vulnerability, all of which digital spaces subtly discourage. There's always another notification, another scroll, another distraction pulling you away. Another layer of the paradox is performativity. In digital spaces, you don't just communicate, you perform. You curate what you share, polish how you present yourself. There's an unspoken pressure to appear interesting, successful, happy, but this performance creates distance. The more you curate, the less authentic your connections feel. You're interacting with personas, not people. And when everyone is performing, true intimacy becomes rare. Yet, it's not all bleak. Technology has immense potential for connection. Video calls, long-form messages, shared creative projects. These tools can foster real closeness. The problem isn't the medium, it's how we use it. The convenience of digital communication tempts us into shortcuts, but connection thrives on intention, not convenience. You can have a deeply meaningful exchange through a simple text, if approached with presence and sincerity. Emotional vulnerability is another casualty of the digital age. Sharing feelings in person involves risk. You see the other's reaction, feel their presence, navigate real-time emotions. Online, that vulnerability is buffered. Messages can be edited, responses delayed, emotions filtered. This buffer creates safety, but also diminishes emotional resonance. Conversations lose their edge, their messiness, their humanity. The paradox also impacts self-perception. When your social interactions are mediated through screens, you start seeing yourself through the lens of audience approval. How many likes did that post get? How did people react? Your self-worth subtly entangles with digital validation. And as you perform for connection, the authenticity of that connection erodes. Breaking free from this paradox requires intentional effort. It begins with mindfulness, being aware of when you're substituting quantity for quality, speed for depth, performance for presence. You start asking, am I truly connecting, or am I just maintaining appearances? This reflection creates space for more meaningful interactions. One powerful practice is slow communication, taking the time to craft thoughtful messages, to ask deeper questions, to listen fully without rushing to respond. These small shifts transform digital exchanges from transactional pings into genuine dialogues. We must also reclaim the courage to be vulnerable online, to share imperfectly, to express not just curated highlights, but real experiences, struggles, hopes. Vulnerability invites reciprocity. It signals that depth is welcome here. Over time, this fosters richer, more authentic connections. Setting boundaries with digital spaces is equally vital. Constant connectivity fragments attention, dilutes presence. By creating intentional digital rituals, scheduling meaningful calls, having screen-free conversations, prioritizing depth over frequency, you protect the quality of your relationships. In personal relationships, this means choosing depth over breadth. You don't need to maintain shallow connections with hundreds of people. A handful of deep, authentic relationships nourishes far more than a wide network of casual acquaintances. Another key is embracing silence and space. In digital conversations, we often rush to fill every pause, to keep the thread active. But in human connection, space allows for reflection, for deeper sharing. Learning to be comfortable with slower, more spacious interactions rekindles authenticity. The paradox resolves not by rejecting digital communication, but by reclaiming it as a tool for meaningful connection. It's about shifting from passive consumption to active engagement, from performing to relating, from reacting to listening. So the next time you reach for your phone to connect, pause. Ask yourself, am I seeking real connection or just the comfort of digital noise? What would a meaningful exchange look like right now? These questions realign your actions with your values, because in the end, authentic connection isn't about being constantly connected. It's about being fully present when you are. It's about choosing quality over quantity, vulnerability over performance, depth over convenience. That's the paradox resolved. Digital intimacy feels hollow when it's mindless. But with intention, it can become a bridge to real, fulfilling connection. Fear of missing out versus joy of missing out. Paradox. You scroll through your phone, watching others live, friends at a party, colleagues at a conference, strangers traveling to places you've never been. Every image, every update whispers a quiet message. You're missing something. Somewhere else, life is happening, and you're not part of it. This anxious tug is called FOMO, the fear of missing out. It convinces you that what you're doing is less valuable than what you're not doing, that presence elsewhere would be more fulfilling. But then, in quieter moments, you feel a different sensation: relief. The joy of declining plans, of choosing solitude, of stepping back from constant activity. This is JOMO, the joy of missing out, a calm satisfaction that arises when you embrace being absent. Together, these conflicting emotions form the FOMO versus JOMO paradox, the strange tension between fearing what you might be missing and finding peace in what you're not. At first, FOMO feels inevitable. We are social beings, wired to belong. For most of human history, exclusion meant danger. Being left out of the tribe reduced your chances of survival. This primal fear still lingers, now amplified by technology. Social media creates a continuous stream of curated moments, making you hyper-aware of what others are doing. But you rarely see the full picture. You see the highlight, not the context. A smile in a photo doesn't reveal the argument that happened minutes before. The glamorous event doesn't show the exhaustion that follows, yet your brain interprets these snapshots as reality. You feel left out, inadequate, behind. This fear triggers a reaction. You say yes to plans you don't enjoy. You overload your schedule. You stay constantly connected, checking notifications, afraid of being out of the loop. But this hyper-engagement leaves you depleted. The more you chase inclusion, the less you enjoy it. Moments become performances. Experiences become content. Life turns into a checklist of appearances rather than a journey of meaning. And then, something shifts. In rare, unfiltered moments, you notice the joy of opting out, the quiet pleasure of an evening alone, the deep focus of working uninterrupted, the simple contentment of being where you are, without comparison. This is JOMO. It's not indifference to life's opportunities, but a deliberate choice to engage with what truly matters to you. It's the recognition that saying no to the unnecessary creates space for the meaningful. But the paradox emerges because these two forces, FOMO and JOMO, are not opposites. They are reflections of the same need, the desire for a life that feels full, connected, meaningful. FOMO arises when you believe fullness exists elsewhere. JOMO arises when you realize fullness can be found here, within the boundaries you set. Both stem from your relationship with choice and attention. We too oscillate between these poles. There are moments when the fear of missing out drives us to overcommit, to spread ourselves thin, to say yes reflexively. Yet, when we consciously choose absence, not as avoidance, but as alignment with our values, we discover the liberating joy of missing out, the joy of being fully present in fewer things, done deeply, rather than superficially touching everything. This paradox deepens because FOMO is fed by illusions of scarcity. You believe opportunities are fleeting, that if you miss this event, this experience, this trend, you'll be permanently left behind. But life rarely works that way. Opportunities recycle. What matters is not seizing every moment, but seizing the right moments. The ones that resonate with your authentic desires, not the ones that simply look good on a screen. JOMO, on the other hand, thrives on abundance. An abundance of presence, of focus, of intentionality. It teaches you that missing out on noise allows you to tune into signal, that by filtering distractions, you amplify depth. JOMO is not about isolation, it's about curation, choosing quality over quantity, depth over breadth. Breaking free from the reactive grip of FOMO requires mindfulness. It begins with questioning your impulses. Why do I feel the need to be part of this? Is this aligned with my values, or is it driven by fear of exclusion? These questions create a gap between stimulus and response, allowing you to choose rather than react. Technology complicates this process. The design of social platforms thrives on engagement fueled by FOMO. Endless scrolls, notifications, trending lists, they are engineered to trigger your fear of missing out. But awareness is your first defense. Recognizing these triggers as deliberate manipulations helps you reclaim agency. Another antidote to FOMO is gratitude. When you focus on what you have, where you are, who you're with, the allure of elsewhere diminishes. Gratitude grounds you in the present, reminding you that fulfillment isn't found in comparison, but in appreciation. JOMO is a practice, not a default state. It requires intentional boundaries, setting limits on screen time, curating your information diet, prioritizing deep relationships over broad networks. These practices create space for genuine joy, untainted by the performative pressures of constant visibility. The paradox also touches on identity. FOMO often emerges when your sense of self-worth is externally anchored, when validation depends on inclusion, recognition, applause. JOMO, conversely, strengthens when your identity is rooted in internal values, when you define success by alignment with your principles, not by alignment with the crowd. In personal relationships, the paradox reveals itself in subtle ways. You might say yes to social obligations out of fear of missing connection, only to feel drained and disconnected afterward. Learning to differentiate between obligations that nourish you and those that merely distract you is crucial. Saying no becomes an act of self-respect, not self-isolation. We must also address the role of solitude. Modern culture often equates solitude with loneliness, but they are not the same. Solitude, when chosen, is a space of reflection, creativity, and restoration. JOMO celebrates this solitude, recognizing its essential role in a balanced life. The FOMO versus JOMO paradox teaches you that fulfillment is not found in constant activity, but in conscious engagement. You don't have to attend every event, join every trend, be part of every conversation to live a rich, meaningful life. In fact, by doing less, more intentionally, you often experience more depth, more connection, more joy. Reframing your mindset is key. Missing out is not inherently negative. Every choice involves missing out on alternatives. The goal is not to eliminate missing out, but to ensure you're missing out on the right things. The things that don't align with your values, your goals, your well-being. In the end, the paradox resolves when you stop chasing presence everywhere and start cultivating presence here. When you stop fearing absence and start embracing selective engagement. When you realize that joy is not found in being everywhere at once, but in being fully present where you choose to be. So the next time FOMO tugs at you, pause. Ask yourself, is this an opportunity for connection or a distraction from what matters? What would I gain by saying no? These questions shift your focus from fear to joy, from scarcity to abundance. Because true joy isn't found in never missing out. It's found in missing out mindfully. That's the paradox resolved. FOMO distracts you with what you lack. JOMO anchors you in what you value. The procrastination paradox. Avoiding stress by creating more stress. You know the feeling. A deadline looms. A task awaits. You're aware of its importance, of its urgency, yet instead of tackling it, you scroll, you tidy, you distract yourself with anything but the thing that actually needs your attention. For a brief moment, it works. The anxiety fades slightly. You tell yourself you'll get to it soon, just not now. But beneath that temporary relief, something strange is happening. The more you avoid, the heavier the task feels. The stress you're dodging grows larger, more oppressive. This is the procrastination paradox. The counterintuitive reality where avoiding stress in the moment ends up compounding it, making it far worse in the long run. At first, procrastination feels like a coping mechanism. Faced with a task that feels overwhelming, you seek immediate relief. The brain, always eager to minimize discomfort, chooses the path of least resistance. Checking social media, organizing your desk, suddenly even mundane chores seem urgent compared to the daunting Work ahead. This avoidance isn't laziness, it's a stress response. You're not avoiding work, you're avoiding the uncomfortable emotions that come with it. Fear of failure, perfectionism, self-doubt. Ironically, this short-term avoidance triggers a long-term escalation of stress. The task doesn't disappear. The deadline doesn't retreat. Instead, with each passing moment, the pressure intensifies. What began as a manageable challenge morphs into a looming crisis. The procrastination paradox traps you in a feedback loop. You avoid to reduce stress, but that very avoidance multiplies the stress you sought to escape. We, too, are familiar with this loop. The false comfort of, "I'll do it later," seduces us, offering momentary peace at the cost of future panic. And when the panic inevitably arrives, it's amplified, not just by the task itself, but by the guilt, the self-recrimination, the frantic urgency of lost time. Procrastination turns manageable problems into emergencies of our own making. The paradox deepens because procrastination isn't rooted in poor time management. It's rooted in emotion. You procrastinate not because you don't know what to do, but because doing it triggers discomfort. This could be fear of not meeting expectations, fear of imperfection, or simply the daunting scale of the task. Avoidance provides immediate, emotional relief, but it's a temporary fix that mortgages future well-being. Another layer of the paradox lies in the stories you tell yourself. "I work better under pressure" becomes a justification for last-minute rushes. But research shows that while urgency can spark adrenaline-fueled focus, it rarely produces your best work. Quality suffers, creativity narrows. The stress of procrastination compresses your cognitive bandwidth, leaving less room for thoughtful reflection, innovation, and care. Procrastination also erodes self-trust. Each time you delay, you subtly undermine your confidence in your own follow-through. Over time, this diminishes motivation, as you begin to associate tasks with inevitable struggle and failure. The cycle reinforces itself. Avoidance leads to stress. Stress leads to more avoidance. Yet, paradoxically, procrastination can also be a signal, not of laziness, but of misalignment. Sometimes the tasks you procrastinate reveal deeper truths. Perhaps the goal lacks personal meaning, perhaps the approach feels wrong. In these cases, procrastination is not mere avoidance, but an unconscious protest against tasks that conflict with your values or interests. Breaking free from the procrastination paradox requires reframing your relationship with discomfort. The goal isn't to eliminate stress, but to engage with it differently. Mindfulness becomes a powerful tool here. By noticing the urge to avoid, without immediately acting on it, you create space for choice. You learn to sit with discomfort, to acknowledge it without letting it dictate your actions. Small actions break the loop. When the task feels overwhelming, narrowing your focus to the smallest actionable step reduces psychological resistance. Write the first sentence, open the document, set a 5-minute timer. These micro-commitments lower the activation energy needed to begin. Once in motion, momentum builds, often revealing that the task was less daunting than it appeared. Self-compassion is another key. Procrastination often spirals because of harsh self-judgment. You berate yourself for delaying, which increases stress, which fuels more avoidance. By approaching yourself with kindness, acknowledging that avoidance is a common human response to discomfort, you reduce the emotional weight that feeds the cycle. We must also confront perfectionism's role in procrastination. The belief that work must be flawless creates paralyzing pressure. Perfectionism raises the stakes of starting, making the gap between your current state and the ideal outcome feel insurmountable. By shifting focus from perfection to progress, from flawless output to consistent effort, you create a more forgiving framework for action. Another strategy lies in redefining productivity. In a culture that glorifies constant hustle, procrastination can feel like a personal failing, but productivity isn't about relentless activity, it's about meaningful progress. Recognizing the value of rest, reflection, and pacing allows you to approach work with renewed energy, reducing the allure of avoidance as a coping mechanism. Environmental design also plays a role. Minimizing distractions, creating dedicated, Workspaces and establishing clear boundaries between work and leisure help reduce friction. When your environment supports focus, the emotional hurdle of starting becomes lower. Time management techniques like the Pomodoro method or time blocking provide structure, transforming amorphous tasks into manageable intervals. This structure counters the overwhelm that fuels procrastination, making tasks feel finite and conquerable. Accountability mechanisms, whether through peers, mentors, or public commitments, add external motivation that can interrupt the avoidance cycle. When others are aware of your goals, the social incentive to follow through strengthens your resolve. But perhaps the most profound shift comes from reframing your perception of stress itself. Stress is often seen as a threat, but it can also be a signal of importance. The presence of stress indicates that you care, that the task matters. By viewing stress as an ally, a call to focus rather than a trigger for avoidance, you reclaim agency. In the end, the procrastination paradox teaches you this. Avoiding discomfort doesn't eliminate it, it amplifies it. Short-term relief breeds long-term pressure. But by facing discomfort incrementally, by choosing engagement over avoidance, you transform stress from an enemy into a catalyst for growth. So the next time you feel the urge to delay, pause, notice the discomfort, acknowledge it. Then take a small step forward, not because the task is suddenly easier, but because you've chosen to stop feeding the cycle. Each time you do this, you weaken the paradox's grip. You reclaim your time, your energy, your peace. That's the paradox resolved. Avoiding stress creates more stress, but facing it gently, consistently, dissolves it. The minimalism paradox. Owning less, thinking more about things. You embrace minimalism to simplify your life. You declutter, downsize, streamline. You believe that by owning less, you'll think less about things, freeing your mind for what truly matters. And for a while, it works. The empty shelves, the clean surfaces, the intentional spaces bring a sense of calm, of control. But then, something unexpected happens. You find yourself thinking more about your possessions, not less. Every item becomes significant. Every choice, every object's presence, every absence gains weight. This is the minimalism paradox, the curious reality where reducing your belongings heightens your focus on them, where owning less can make you think more about the things you own. At first, this feels like a contradiction. The goal was simplicity, mental clarity. Yet the fewer items you have, the more attention they command. With a full closet, you barely consider each shirt. But with 5 carefully chosen outfits, each one becomes a decision point. Does this still reflect me? Is it still functional, meaningful, aligned with my values? Minimalism, while freeing you from excess, intensifies your relationship with what remains. This paradox emerges from the core promise of minimalism: intentionality. By removing the unnecessary, you spotlight the essential. But that spotlight, once diffused across hundreds of items, now concentrates. The emotional and functional significance of every object increases. The coffee mug isn't just a vessel. It's your chosen mug, the one you kept, the one that passed through your filter of meaning. And so, you notice it more. You think about it more. The presence of less amplifies the meaning of what's left. We too experience this. In decluttering, we aim for peace. But peace is not found in absence alone. It's found in alignment. And alignment requires reflection. Why did I keep this book? Why does this chair stay when others didn't? Minimalism shifts your relationship with things from passive accumulation to active curation. You no longer own by default. You own by decision. And decisions invite thought. Another layer of the paradox lies in the emotional weight minimalism can inadvertently add. In a cluttered space, individual items fade into the noise. In a minimalist space, each item stands alone, exposed, significant. This can be empowering, surrounding yourself only with what you love. But it can also create pressure. The pressure to justify every possession, to constantly reassess its worthiness. the simplicity you sought morphs into a new kind of vigilance. Minimalism's influence extends beyond physical objects. It seeps into time, relationships, commitments. You apply the same filtering mindset. Does this add value? Does this align with my goals? This mindfulness can be liberating, reducing overwhelm, but it also keeps you in a state of constant evaluation. Simplicity, paradoxically, demands effort. The paradox deepens when minimalism becomes an identity. You're no longer just a person with fewer possessions. You're a minimalist. And identities, once adopted, seek reinforcement. You might find yourself thinking more about minimalism itself. Am I minimalist enough? Do I still own too much? Should I declutter again? The pursuit of less becomes another form of consumption, of content, of ideas, of aspirational images of perfect minimalism. The very mindset meant to free you from consumerist thinking becomes entangled with it. Yet this heightened awareness isn't inherently negative. In fact, it reveals minimalism's true gift, consciousness. By owning less, you're forced to confront your relationship with ownership itself. You see your consumption patterns, your emotional attachments, your values reflected in every object you keep. Minimalism holds up a mirror, not to your stuff, but to your choices. However, to navigate this paradox without being trapped by it, a shift in perspective is needed. Minimalism is not an end state. It's a tool, a practice. Its goal is not to think about things more, but to think about them better, with clarity, with intention. The point isn't to obsess over each item, but to cultivate a life where your possessions serve you, not the other way around. Mindfulness becomes essential. Recognizing when your focus on minimalism enhances your life and when it becomes performative or anxiety-inducing. You learn to differentiate between thoughtful curation and perfectionistic scrutiny, between living simply and living under self-imposed, minimalist expectations. Another key lies in embracing imperfection. Minimalism, when rigid, can morph into a new form of material obsession, less cluttered, but still fixated. By allowing flexibility, by acknowledging that needs change, that possessions ebb and flow, you release the pressure to maintain a perfect minimalist state. Simplicity becomes fluid, responsive, humane. Minimalism's paradox also teaches you to appreciate quality over quantity, not just in things, but in experiences, relationships, commitments. Owning less encourages you to engage more deeply with what remains. A smaller wardrobe invites creativity in styling. Fewer gadgets prompt better use of what you have. Reduced commitments allow deeper focus on chosen pursuits. We must also recognize that minimalism's value is contextual. What feels minimalist to one may feel excessive to another. Minimalism is not a competition. It's a personal alignment between your values and your environment. By reframing minimalism as a spectrum rather than a strict doctrine, you reduce the cognitive load of constant reassessment. In practice, this means shifting focus from quantity to quality of attention. Instead of counting possessions, you assess how they impact your daily life. Do they support your well-being? Do they align with your goals? If so, they belong, not because of an arbitrary minimalist standard, but because they serve your version of a meaningful life. Another antidote to the minimalism paradox is gratitude. By shifting from evaluating what you have to appreciating it, you transform your relationship with possessions. Gratitude anchors you in sufficiency, reducing the mental chatter of optimization. The minimalism paradox also invites reflection on consumption itself. Minimalism doesn't mean never buying anything again. It means buying with intention, understanding the life cycle of your possessions, supporting ethical production, prioritizing longevity over trends. This conscious consumption reduces mindless acquisition and enhances the satisfaction of each item you own. In the end, the minimalism paradox is not a flaw. It's a reflection of the human mind's tendency to seek meaning. When you remove the noise of excess, you're left with space. Space invites thought. The key is to ensure that thought serves your growth, not your anxiety. So the next time you catch yourself overthinking your minimalist choices, pause. Ask yourself, is this reflection enhancing my life, Or am I trapped in performative minimalism? Does this item support my values? Or am I fixating out of habit? These questions realign minimalism with its true purpose, creating space for what matters. Because minimalism is not about owning less for the sake of it. It's about owning less so you can live more. That's the paradox resolved. Owning less might make you think more about things, but it also gives you the space to think better, to live better, to be more intentional with every choice you make. The nostalgia trap. Longing for a past that never existed. You feel it when an old song plays, when a faded photograph catches your eye, when a childhood memory resurfaces, filtered through the soft glow of sentiment. Nostalgia wraps around you like a warm blanket, telling you that the past was simpler, better, purer. You long for those days, not just for the people or the places, but for the feeling of them. Yet beneath this comfort lies an unsettling truth. The past you're missing might not have existed as you remember it. This is the nostalgia trap, the bittersweet paradox of longing for an idealized version of the past, a version that memory has quietly edited, softened, and romanticized until it feels more real than reality ever was. At first, nostalgia feels harmless, a sweet indulgence, a way to reconnect with your roots, to honor where you've come from. But nostalgia doesn't simply replay the past, it rewrites it. Your mind selectively curates memories, amplifying the good, muting the bad, stitching together fragments into a narrative that feels whole. You remember the laughter, the freedom, the warmth, but you forget the boredom, the frustrations, the fears. The past becomes a highlight reel, not a documentary. And as that idealized version solidifies, the present starts to pale in comparison. This creates a peculiar tension. The more you yearn for the past, the more dissatisfied you become with the present. Modern life feels too fast, too complex, too disconnected. You find yourself saying things like, "Back then, people were kinder," or "Life was simpler in those days," forgetting that every era has its struggles, its blind spots, its unspoken hardships. The nostalgia trap convinces you that happiness is located somewhere behind you, just out of reach, frozen in time. We too fall into this trap, romanticizing past decades, childhood summers, better times, when life seemed more vibrant. But nostalgia's power lies in its illusion. It offers emotional certainty in a world of constant change. The past feels safe because it's familiar, because it can't surprise you. You already know how the story unfolds. The future, by contrast, is uncertain, chaotic, unwritten. Nostalgia offers refuge from this uncertainty, even if the refuge is built on selective memory. The paradox deepens because nostalgia is not inherently false, but it is inherently incomplete. It captures real emotions, genuine moments of joy, but strips away the context. You remember the freedom of childhood, but forget the powerlessness. You recall the simplicity of pre-digital life, but forget the limitations. Nostalgia simplifies the complex, smooths out the rough edges, and presents you with a past that feels more perfect than it ever was. This isn't to say nostalgia is malicious. It serves important psychological functions. It grounds you, connects you to your identity, offers comfort in times of transition. But when nostalgia becomes a lens through which you evaluate the present, it distorts your perception. You begin to see change as loss, progress as decay. The new feels threatening because it disrupts the imagined perfection of the old. Another layer of the nostalgia trap is its commercial exploitation. Brands, media, and cultural narratives tap into your longing, repackaging the aesthetics of the past to sell you a feeling. Retro designs, reboots of old shows, vintage experiences, all capitalize on your emotional connection to an era, whether you lived through it or not. Nostalgia becomes a marketing tool, shaping not just your memories, but your desires. The danger lies in mistaking nostalgia for truth. When you believe the past was objectively better, you risk disengaging from the present. You become resistant to change, skeptical of innovation, yearning for a return to how things used to be. But this yearning is often for an ideal, not a reality. The past wasn't better, it was different. And like the present, it was flawed in ways memory chooses to forget. Breaking free from the nostalgia trap requires embracing the complexity of both past and present. It's about honoring the good without ignoring the bad, recognizing that every era has its beauty and its blindness. Nostalgia can be a bridge to gratitude, but only if you approach it with awareness. Mindfulness helps in this process. By staying present, by fully engaging with the now, you reduce the seductive pull of romanticized memories. You learn to appreciate current joys, however imperfect, rather than constantly comparing them to an idealized past. Another key is curiosity. Instead of viewing the present as a decline from a golden age, approach it as a new chapter with its own opportunities for connection, growth, and meaning. The tools and technologies of today are not inherently alienating. Their impact depends on how you use them, how you choose to connect, create, and contribute. Reframing your relationship with nostalgia also involves storytelling. You can revisit your memories, but this time with honesty. Acknowledge the full picture, the joys and the struggles. This balanced reflection transforms nostalgia from a trap into a teacher, offering insights into how your past shaped you without idealizing it. We must also resist the collective nostalgia that fuels cultural stagnation. The belief that things were better before can hinder progress, fostering resistance to necessary change. Every generation faces this temptation, looking back with longing rather than forward with hope. But progress requires vision, not revisionism. The nostalgia trap also invites reflection on identity. Often, what you miss is not the past itself, but who you were in that past. A younger, more hopeful version of yourself. Nostalgia becomes a mirror, reflecting not just historical moments, but personal longings. Recognizing this allows you to address the underlying emotions rather than projecting them onto a sanitized version of history. In personal relationships, nostalgia can both connect and divide. Shared memories create bonds, but clinging to idealized versions of people or dynamics can prevent growth. People change, relationships evolve. Holding on to how things used to be can blind you to how things could be if given space to grow. Another antidote to nostalgia's distortions is creating new memories with intention, engaging fully with present experiences, cultivating new traditions, and being open to evolving joys ensures that the past doesn't monopolize your emotional landscape. Ultimately, the nostalgia trap teaches you that while the past is part of you, it's not a destination to return to. Life moves forward, growth happens in the present, and while it's human to look back, it's essential to also look around and ahead. So the next time nostalgia pulls you into its soft focus memories, pause. Appreciate the beauty of the recollection, but remember its incompleteness. Honor the past, but invest in the present, because real life, with all its messiness, complexity, and unpredictability, happens now. That's the paradox resolved. Longing for a past that never existed distracts you from the beauty of a present that does. The choice paralysis paradox. Too many options, no decisions. You live in a world of endless options. From the moment you wake up, choices flood your mind. Which outfit to wear, which podcast to listen to, which task to prioritize, which message to answer first. Scroll through any app, walk into any store, browse any streaming service, and you're met with an overwhelming abundance of possibilities. You'd think this freedom of choice would empower you, liberate you, make life richer. But paradoxically, it often does the opposite. Faced with too many options, you hesitate, you analyze, you overthink, and in trying to choose the best, you end up choosing nothing at all. This is the choice paralysis paradox. The strange reality where an excess of options leads not to greater satisfaction, but to indecision, anxiety, and ultimately, inaction. At first, this seems illogical. After all, isn't freedom of choice a good thing? More options mean more opportunities to find what you truly want, right? But the human brain evolved in environments of limited choice. For most of history, Your ancestors didn't stand before a wall of 40 toothpaste brands or scroll through hundreds of TV shows before picking one. Choices were few, but clearer. Modern abundance overwhelms cognitive bandwidth, turning what should be liberating into a burden. When faced with too many options, your decision-making process shifts. Instead of focusing on what's good enough, you start searching for the perfect choice. This pursuit of optimization is exhausting. You fear making the wrong decision, missing out on a better alternative. Every choice becomes a high-stakes gamble, even when the stakes are objectively trivial. The pressure to choose perfectly paralyzes you, making inaction feel safer than the risk of imperfect action. We, too, fall into this loop: the endless scrolling, the perpetual researching, the inability to settle on a decision without a lingering sense of doubt. Even after choosing, you question, was that really the best option? This post-decision regret amplifies stress, diminishing satisfaction. The paradox is clear. More choice was supposed to bring more happiness, yet it often delivers less. Another layer of the paradox is opportunity cost. Every choice you make excludes countless others. The more options you're aware of, the heavier this exclusion feels. You don't just choose something, you reject everything else. This awareness magnifies the fear of regret. What if the other option was better? What if you're missing out? The weight of what you're not choosing overshadows the value of what you are. Choice paralysis doesn't stem from lack of desire. You want to choose, you want to act. But the cognitive load of evaluating, comparing, and predicting outcomes becomes overwhelming. Your brain, facing decision fatigue, defaults to avoidance. You tell yourself you'll decide later, but later rarely comes. The mental clutter persists. The paradox deepens because choice paralysis isn't just a personal problem, it's engineered into many aspects of modern life. Algorithms flood you with options based on past behavior, creating feedback loops of infinite choice. Retailers design environments to maximize exposure to alternatives. The very systems meant to offer personalization end up drowning you in possibilities. Breaking free from the choice paralysis paradox requires a shift in mindset. The goal isn't to eliminate options, but to manage them. One strategy is embracing satisficing, choosing what's good enough rather than chasing the elusive best. By accepting that perfection is often an illusion, you free yourself to act without paralyzing doubt. Setting boundaries is another key. Imposing limits on your choices, whether it's narrowing down to 3 options, setting a time limit for decisions, or creating personal rules of thumb, reduces cognitive overload. Paradoxically, self-imposed constraints increase freedom by making choice manageable. Mindfulness also plays a crucial role. By staying present, you reduce the anxiety of potential future regret. You shift focus from hypothetical better outcomes to the value of the choice you're making now. This presence diminishes the fear of missing out, grounding you in the sufficiency of your current decision. Another effective approach is clarifying your values. When you're clear on what matters most to you, decisions become easier. Options align, or don't, with your core priorities. This clarity filters out noise, reducing the mental clutter that fuels paralysis. We must also confront the cultural narratives that equate more choice with better life quality. Freedom of choice is valuable, but only when coupled with discernment. The relentless pursuit of optimization, fueled by social comparison and consumerist ideals, traps you in a cycle of dissatisfaction. Recognizing that more isn't always better liberates you to seek depth over breadth. Choice architecture matters too. Designing your environment to present fewer, more meaningful options enhances decision-making. From organizing your workspace to curating your digital feeds, simplifying your choice environment reduces friction. In relationships, choice paralysis manifests subtly. Dating apps, social networks, and global connectivity present endless possibilities for connection. Yet this abundance often leads to shallow engagement, fear of commitment, and perpetual searching for someone better. The paradox is clear. In trying to maximize options, you minimize depth. Another antidote is embracing experimentation. Instead of fixating on making the perfect choice, you adopt a mindset of learning through action. You recognize that few decisions are irreversible. Each choice becomes a data point informing future actions. This reduces the pressure of getting it right the first time, encouraging movement over stagnation. Decision fatigue is a real phenomenon. The more choices you make, the harder each subsequent choice becomes. By simplifying routine decisions through habits, automation, or delegation, you conserve cognitive resources for what truly matters. Gratitude also shifts your perspective. By focusing on the benefits of the choice you made, rather than the hypothetical superiority of alternatives, you increase satisfaction. Gratitude anchors you in the positive outcomes of action, rather than the anxiety of what-ifs. In the end, the choice paralysis paradox teaches you that freedom isn't about limitless options. It's about meaningful choice. Too many options dilute meaning, overwhelm attention, and hinder action. By curating your options, clarifying your values, and embracing good enough decisions, you transform choice from a burden into an opportunity. So the next time you feel paralyzed by too many options, pause. Ask yourself, what truly matters here? What aligns with my values? What choice, even if imperfect, moves me forward? These questions cut through the noise, guiding you toward intentional action. Because in the end, action, even imperfect action, breaks paralysis. Clarity emerges not from endless analysis, but from movement, from engagement, from choosing and learning. That's the paradox resolved. Too many options can freeze you, but mindful, value-driven choices free you. The multitasking myth. Doing everything, finishing nothing. You pride yourself on being busy. Tabs open, notifications pinging, tasks lined up like dominoes ready to fall. You answer emails while listening to podcasts, scroll through messages, during meetings, brainstorm your next project while half watching a video. It feels productive, dynamic, efficient, as if you're maximizing every moment. But beneath this flurry of activity lies a quiet truth. You're doing everything, yet finishing nothing. This is the multitasking myth, the alluring but deceptive belief that juggling multiple tasks simultaneously enhances productivity, when in reality, it fragments attention, erodes quality, and leaves you exhausted yet unfulfilled. At first, multitasking feels empowering, the ability to handle multiple streams of information, to switch contexts rapidly, to stay perpetually engaged. It seems like a badge of modern competence. In a world that demands speed, adaptability, and constant output, multitasking appears to be the only viable response. You convince yourself that splitting your focus is a necessary adaptation to a hyper-connected environment. But neuroscience tells a different story. The human brain is not designed for parallel task execution. What we call multitasking is, in truth, task switching. Your attention toggles rapidly between tasks, giving the illusion of simultaneity. Yet each switch carries a cognitive cost. Focus depletes. Mental fatigue accumulates. Errors increase. Productivity suffers. We, too, have been seduced by the multitasking myth. The satisfaction of ticking off minor tasks creates a false sense of progress, while meaningful work languishes unfinished. You feel busy, but not accomplished. Active, but not effective. The paradox emerges. The more you try to do at once, the less you truly complete. Multitasking also feeds into a culture of constant responsiveness, the pressure to be instantly available, to answer messages, respond to notifications, stay updated, fragments your attention into smaller and smaller slices. Deep work, which requires sustained focus, becomes elusive. You skim articles, half listen to conversations, multitask your way through days that feel full but leave little of substance behind. Another layer of the paradox lies in the emotional toll. Multitasking creates a persistent state of cognitive tension. You're never fully present in any one task, always mentally bracing for the next switch. This sustained partial attention induces stress, increases anxiety, and diminishes overall well-being. Yet the culture of busyness glorifies this state, equating it with ambition and work ethic. The multitasking myth also erodes creativity. Innovation thrives on deep, uninterrupted thought. But multitasking splinters your cognitive resources, limiting your ability to make meaningful connections, to explore ideas in depth, to enter flow states where true creative breakthroughs occur. In trying to do more, you sacrifice the very depth that fuels excellence. Paradoxically, multitasking also delays decision-making. With attention divided, your ability to assess information critically and choose effectively is impaired. You become reactive rather than proactive, responding to the loudest stimuli rather than the most important priorities. Breaking free from the multitasking myth requires intentional shifts. The first step is acknowledging that attention is a finite resource. Focus is not something you can endlessly divide without consequence. By embracing monotasking, dedicating full attention to one task at a time, you reclaim depth, clarity, and effectiveness. Mindfulness becomes a critical practice. By cultivating present moment awareness, you resist the impulse to split focus. You learn to notice when attention drifts, when the lure of multitasking arises, and gently guide yourself back to the task at hand. Another key strategy is designing your environment to support focus. Minimizing digital distractions, batching similar tasks, creating dedicated spaces for deep work. All these practices reduce cognitive friction, making sustained focus more attainable. Prioritization plays a crucial role. When everything feels urgent, nothing truly is. By identifying high-impact tasks and committing focused time to them, you align your efforts with meaningful outcomes. This shift from scattered activity to purposeful action restores a sense of accomplishment. We must also challenge cultural narratives that equate busyness with value. True productivity is not measured by how much you juggle, but by how much meaningful work you complete. By reframing success around depth and completion rather than sheer activity, you liberate yourself from the multitasking trap. In relationships, the multitasking myth manifests subtly but pervasively. Half listening to loved ones while scrolling, through phones, multitasking during conversations. These habits erode connection, signal disengagement, and diminish the quality of your interactions. By choosing to be fully present, you foster deeper, more authentic relationships. Another antidote to multitasking is embracing deliberate pauses. Short, intentional breaks between tasks allow your mind to reset, reducing cognitive residue from previous activities. These pauses enhance clarity, boost energy, and improve overall task performance. The concept of single tasking may feel countercultural in a hyper-connected world, but its benefits are profound. Focused attention increases efficiency, reduces errors, and deepens satisfaction. By doing less at once, you achieve more in total. Decision fatigue is another consequence of multitasking. Every attention switch drains cognitive resources, making even simple decisions more taxing. By reducing task switching, you conserve mental energy for critical thinking and strategic choices. Technology can both hinder and help. While constant, notifications fuel distraction, tools designed for focus, such as distraction blockers, task management systems, and focus-enhancing apps, can support monotasking when used intentionally. Gratitude and reflection also play a role. By acknowledging the value of completed tasks, no matter how small, you reinforce the satisfaction of focused effort. This positive feedback loop encourages continued engagement with monotasking practices. In the end, the multitasking myth teaches you that presence is power. Depth beats breadth. Focus transforms effort into excellence. By consciously choosing where to direct your attention, you reclaim control over your productivity, your creativity, your peace of mind. So the next time you feel the urge to multitask, pause. Ask yourself, am I truly being effective or just staying busy? What would happen if I gave this task my full attention? These questions create a space for intentional choice, allowing you to break free from the illusion of multitasking. Because in the end, doing everything at once often means finishing nothing well. But doing one thing with full attention, that's where progress lives. That's the paradox resolved. Multitasking scatters your energy thin. Monotasking focuses it deep. The fake it till you make it paradox Confidence or delusion? You've heard the advice countless times. Fake it till you make it. Wear confidence like armor, even if you don't feel it. Project competence until you believe it. Act as if you belong, and eventually you will. It's a seductive idea, one that promises transformation through performance. And often, it works. People respond to confidence. Opportunities open. You feel yourself rising to meet the image you're projecting. But beneath this seemingly empowering mantra lies a quiet tension. When does faking it become self-deception? When does projecting confidence cross into delusion? This is the fake it till you make it paradox, the delicate balance between using imitation as a tool for growth and slipping into a hollow performance that disconnects you from authenticity. At first, faking confidence feels like a survival strategy. In new roles, unfamiliar situations, or moments of self-doubt, adopting the behaviors of confidence, good posture, steady voice, decisive actions, can bridge the gap between how you feel and how you want to be perceived. These external cues can trigger internal shifts. Psychologists call it embodied cognition, your physical state influencing your mental state. By acting confident, you start to feel more confident. But this effect has limits. When faking it becomes a facade detached from reality, it risks backfiring. You begin to fear exposure, not because you're unqualified, but because you've built an image that feels fragile, dependent on constant performance. Every success feels conditional, every compliment a reflection of your act, not your ability. Imposter syndrome takes root, not despite the fake it strategy, but because of it. We too have navigated this paradox. There are moments when stepping into a role before fully feeling ready accelerated growth. But there are also moments when the disconnect between the projected image and internal confidence created anxiety, eroded trust, and felt hollow. The key distinction lies in intention. Are you faking it to grow into something real? Or are you faking it to hide? The paradox deepens because faking it works through feedback loops. When you project confidence, others treat you as competent. Their positive responses reinforce your self-belief. Over time, this can genuinely elevate your skills and self-perception. But if the external reinforcement doesn't align with internal growth, if you're not actually building the competence to match the confidence, the gap widens. The act becomes a mask, and maintaining it becomes exhausting. Another layer of the paradox is the societal pressure to always appear confident. Vulnerability, uncertainty, even curiosity are often mistaken for weakness. In professional environments, especially, the expectation to know pushes people to fake certainty, even when the wiser choice would be to ask questions, seek clarity, admit limits. This creates cultures where surface-level confidence is rewarded over genuine competence. Yet, the original spirit of fake it till you make it is not about deception, it's about practice. Just as athletes visualize success before competitions, professionals rehearse difficult conversations, leaders adopt power poses before high-stakes meetings, faking certain behaviors can serve as cognitive rehearsal. The key difference is that effective faking it is a bridge, not a disguise. It's a temporary tool for growth, not a permanent mask. Mindfulness becomes essential in navigating this paradox. By staying aware of your internal state, you can differentiate between constructive projection and hollow posturing. You notice when the performance is supporting your growth versus when it's covering insecurity. This awareness allows for recalibration, for aligning external behaviors with internal development. Another strategy is grounding faking it in values rather than ego. Instead of projecting confidence to protect your image, you project it to serve a purpose, to communicate effectively, to lead responsibly, to navigate new challenges. This shift from self-protection to service reframes the act, reducing the risk of disconnection. We must also normalize the idea that competence is built through imperfection. Growth involves uncertainty, mistakes, learning curves. When faking it acknowledges this reality, when it's paired with humility and continuous learning, it becomes an effective growth strategy. But when it's used to mask gaps and deny learning needs, it becomes delusional. In relationships, The fake it till you make it paradox plays out subtly. Projecting confidence can make you more attractive, more persuasive. But depth, trust, and genuine connection require vulnerability. Constantly performing an idealized version of yourself creates emotional distance. Authenticity invites trust. The paradox is resolved when you allow space for both, projecting confidence where it serves, but also allowing moments of honesty and openness. The paradox also intersects with identity. When you fake certain traits long enough, they can become part of your self-concept. This is positive when aligned with your values and aspirations. But when the traits are adopted purely for external validation, the result is internal dissonance. You feel successful yet hollow, visible yet unseen. Another key to resolving the paradox is feedback. Constructive feedback grounds your self-perception, bridging the gap between how you see yourself and how others experience you. Seeking feedback, even when uncomfortable, prevents the echo chamber of self-delusion. Continuous learning reinforces genuine confidence. When you pair the behaviors of confidence with deliberate skill building, the fake it phase transitions into authentic competence. You no longer act as if, you simply are. We must also challenge cultural narratives that equate vulnerability with weakness. Leaders, creators, professionals who admit uncertainty, who share their learning journeys, model a healthier relationship with confidence. They demonstrate that growth and imperfection coexist. In practical terms, reframing fake it till you make it as practice it till you embody it shifts the focus from deception to development. You're not pretending to be someone you're not. You're rehearsing becoming someone you're actively working towards. The emotional cost of inauthentic faking is burnout. Maintaining a facade drains cognitive and emotional resources. Over time, it breeds anxiety, erodes self-trust, and can lead to identity confusion. Authentic confidence, built through aligned actions and reflection, is sustainable. Gratitude and self-compassion play a role too. Recognizing your progress, celebrating small wins, and treating yourself kindly in moments of doubt reduces the pressure to perform constantly. It allows for a more balanced, humane path to growth. In the end, the fake it till you make it paradox teaches you that confidence is both a performance and a process. The performance can catalyze growth, but only if grounded in honest effort and continuous learning. When used mindfully, faking it becomes a scaffold, supporting you as you build genuine capability. So the next time you find yourself faking confidence, pause. Ask yourself, am I using this as a bridge to growth or as a shield to hide? Am I pairing this projection with real learning, real effort? These questions realign your actions with authenticity, because true confidence isn't about flawless projection. It's about grounded presence, continuous learning, and the courage to grow publicly. That's the paradox resolved. Faking it can lead to making it, but only when it's a path, not a disguise. The comparison paradox, measuring yourself by unreachable standards. You measure yourself constantly against friends, colleagues, strangers on the internet, against expectations you've absorbed without question, against versions of yourself that never existed. You compare your body, your career, your relationships, your pace of life, not occasionally, but habitually. It feels inevitable, even useful. After all, how else do you know where you stand? But beneath this reflex lies a quiet cruelty. The standards you measure yourself against are often unreachable, distorted, curated to highlight others' best while exposing your worst. This is the comparison paradox, the unsettling truth that the more you compare to improve yourself, the more inadequate you feel, creating a loop where self-measurement quietly erodes self-worth. At first, comparison seems logical. You observe others to learn, to benchmark, to find inspiration. Social comparison is wired into human nature. Evolutionarily, it helped us navigate social hierarchies, identify role models, avoid pitfalls. But in a modern context, where global connectivity exposes you to curated highlight reels of millions, the tool designed for small group adaptation becomes overwhelming. You're no longer comparing yourself to your immediate community. You're comparing to the top 1% of every field, every aesthetic, every lifestyle, all at once. This relentless comparison creates a distorted mirror. You see someone's peak, moment, polished, filtered, celebrated, and hold it up against your raw, unedited daily life. The result is predictable. You feel behind, less than, lacking. The paradox is clear. Comparison meant to motivate ends up diminishing you. We, too, fall into this loop. The subtle envy when a peer achieves something we desire. The creeping inadequacy when scrolling through images of idealized lives. Even when intellectually aware of the curation, emotionally, the sting remains. Because comparison bypasses logic, it taps into primal circuits of belonging, status, identity. Another layer of the paradox lies in upward comparison. You tend to compare yourself to those ahead, rarely to those behind. This selective focus creates a moving target. No matter how much you achieve, there's always someone seemingly doing better. The finish line keeps receding. Satisfaction remains perpetually out of reach. Downward comparison offers little solace. While it might provide temporary ego boosts, it often feels hollow, even guilt-inducing. Genuine self-worth doesn't flourish from feeling superior to others' struggles. Thus, the cycle continues. Upward comparison breeds inadequacy. Downward comparison feels empty. Social media amplifies this dynamic exponentially. Algorithms prioritize engagement, and few things engage human attention like comparison-triggering content. Highlight reels, success stories, aesthetic perfection. These dominate feeds, reinforcing the illusion that others are living more fully, succeeding more rapidly, existing more worthily. The paradox deepens because even self-comparison can become toxic. You measure yourself against idealized versions of your past or future self. The you who should be more productive, fitter, happier by now. The you who once had more energy, optimism, clarity. These internalized standards, shaped by external influences, become unreachable ideals, turning your inner critic into a relentless taskmaster. Breaking free from the comparison paradox requires conscious intervention. The goal isn't to eliminate comparison, that's unrealistic, but to contextualize it, to differentiate between constructive inspiration and destructive self-judgment. Mindfulness becomes essential. By noticing when comparison arises, you create space between the trigger and your response. You observe the comparison without letting it define your worth. This awareness softens its sting, reducing its power over your emotions. Another strategy is reframing. Instead of asking, "Why am I not like them?" you ask, "What can I learn from them?" This shifts comparison from a judgment to a curiosity. It transforms envy into information, allowing you to admire without diminishing yourself. Gratitude also anchors you. By focusing on your journey, your growth, your values, you ground yourself in what truly matters to you. Gratitude shifts attention from what you lack to what you have, recalibrating your internal standards. We must also question the validity of the standards themselves. Many are arbitrary, culturally imposed, or rooted in outdated paradigms of success. Redefining success on your own terms liberates you from the trap of measuring up to others' expectations. Another powerful practice is reducing exposure. Curating your digital and social environments to minimize comparison triggers protects your mental space. Following accounts that promote authenticity, diversity, and process over perfection fosters healthier comparisons. In personal relationships, the comparison paradox can strain connections. Jealousy, resentment, and competition erode intimacy. Yet, by practicing genuine celebration of others' successes, you cultivate a mindset of abundance rather than scarcity. Their win is not your loss. The paradox also touches on identity. When self-worth is externally anchored, defined by how you measure up, you become vulnerable to fluctuations in others' achievements. But when identity is rooted in intrinsic values, comparison loses its destabilizing power. Another key lies in shifting focus from outcomes to processes. By valuing effort, learning, and persistence over external markers of success, You create a more sustainable, fulfilling framework for self-assessment. Compassion, both self and other-directed, further dissolves the harsh edges of comparison. Recognizing the shared human experience of struggle, imperfection, and growth fosters empathy, reducing the isolating effect of perceived inadequacy. The comparison paradox teaches you that the mirror of others is warped. What you see is rarely the full picture. Everyone struggles, everyone curates. Remembering this humanizes your comparisons, reminding you that you're not alone in your doubts. In practical terms, setting personal benchmarks based on your past, growth, your values, your context, provides a more meaningful metric for progress. You shift from external validation to internal alignment. Journaling can be a powerful tool here, reflecting on your growth, your challenges overcome, your moments of courage, reinforces a narrative of self-compassion and progress, diluting the influence of external comparisons. In the end, the comparison paradox reveals this truth. Measuring yourself against unreachable standards creates a moving prison of dissatisfaction. But when you choose mindful, value-driven, context-aware comparison, it becomes a tool for growth, not a weapon of self-judgment. So the next time you catch yourself spiraling into comparison, pause. Ask yourself, am I comparing for inspiration or for self-critique? Are these standards aligned with my values, or are they arbitrary? These questions create space for more compassionate, grounded self-assessment, because in the end, your worth is not measured by others' metrics. It's defined by your journey, your growth, your alignment with what truly matters to you. That's the paradox resolved. Comparison can shrink you, or it can sharpen you. The choice lies in how you use the mirror. The curiosity paradox. The more you seek answers, the more questions you find. You start with a simple question. How does this work? Why is that the way it is? The moment you seek an answer, a door opens. You find an explanation, but that explanation leads to new questions, deeper, more complex, more fascinating. What began as curiosity becomes an endless journey, where every answer unravels into more mysteries. The more you learn, the more you realize how much you don't know. This is the curiosity paradox, the beautiful, frustrating reality that the pursuit of knowledge doesn't lead to certainty, but to an ever-expanding landscape of questions, where clarity and complexity grow hand in hand. At first, curiosity feels like a quest for closure. You want to understand, to resolve confusion, to find solid ground. Each answer feels like progress, a stepping stone toward mastery. But soon, you notice a pattern. Answers rarely close doors. Instead, they open more. Learning how a cell functions raises questions about biochemistry, evolution, and consciousness. Understanding history prompts inquiries into culture, psychology, and power dynamics. The web of knowledge expands, each thread leading to countless others. This isn't a flaw of curiosity, it's its essence. The more precise your questions become, the more you uncover the complexity of reality. What seemed simple reveals layers of nuance, of interconnection, of subtlety. Curiosity transforms ignorance not into certainty, but into a more refined awareness of how much remains unknown. We, too, have journeyed through this paradox. The joy of learning something new is quickly followed by the humbling realization of how vast the unknown truly is. Each field of knowledge, science, philosophy, art, technology, offers endless frontiers. Mastery isn't a destination, but a horizon that keeps receding. The paradox deepens because curiosity is self-perpetuating. The brain rewards inquiry. Dopamine spikes when you seek information, reinforcing the cycle of question and answer. Yet, this cycle rarely provides finality. The satisfaction of one answer is brief, soon replaced by the itch of the next question. Curiosity feeds itself, expanding your cognitive universe infinitely. Another layer of the paradox lies in the emotional tension curiosity creates. On one hand, it's exhilarating, the thrill of discovery, the joy of connection, the beauty of understanding. On the other hand, it's unsettling, The more you learn, the less certain you feel. Knowledge doesn't simplify the world. It reveals its depth, its contradictions, its unknowability. The world becomes larger, more mysterious, more humbling. This is where the paradox becomes a philosophical challenge. In a culture that values clear answers, definitive expertise, and problem-solving, the endlessness of curiosity can feel uncomfortable. You're taught to seek conclusions, to wrap up inquiries neatly. But true curiosity resists closure. It thrives in the gray areas, in the ambiguities, in the spaces where questions multiply. Yet this is not a flaw. It's a feature. Curiosity expands your capacity for complexity. It teaches you to hold multiple perspectives, to live with uncertainty, to appreciate the provisional nature of knowledge. You become more comfortable with, I don't know, not as a failure, but as an invitation to explore further. Mindfulness becomes essential in navigating the curiosity paradox. By staying present with your questions, without rushing to resolve them, you cultivate patience. You learn to appreciate the process of inquiry itself, rather than fixating on definitive answers. Another key is reframing your relationship with knowledge. Instead of seeking mastery as an endpoint, you embrace it as a dynamic, evolving state. Mastery means becoming more aware of the unknown, more skilled at navigating complexity, more humble in the face of vastness. Curiosity also deepens empathy. As you explore diverse fields, cultures, and perspectives, you recognize the limits of your own worldview. This fosters open-mindedness, reduces dogmatism, and enhances your capacity for meaningful connection. We must also resist the commodification of curiosity. In an age of quick facts, instant answers, and superficial engagement, the deeper, more reflective aspects of curiosity risk being overshadowed. True curiosity requires depth, time, and the willingness to sit with questions that may never fully resolve. Another aspect of the paradox is that curiosity can be both liberating and paralyzing. The endlessness of questions can inspire awe, but also overwhelm. To navigate this, you learn to focus your inquiries, to explore deeply rather than broadly when needed, to balance exploration with integration. In relationships, curiosity fosters intimacy, asking meaningful questions, listening deeply, seeking to understand beyond surface interactions. These are acts of connection, yet even here, the paradox persists. The more you understand someone, the more you realize how much remains unknown, how vast their inner world truly is. Curiosity also challenges your sense of identity. As you learn, you evolve. Ideas you once held tightly may be questioned, reframed, even discarded. This ongoing evolution can be unsettling, but it's also a path to personal growth, to becoming more aligned with truth rather than comfort. Another tool for navigating the paradox is interdisciplinary learning. By connecting ideas across fields, you create richer, more nuanced understandings. You see patterns, analogies, and insights that single discipline focus might miss. Yet, even here, the paradox remains. The more connections you see, the more questions arise. Gratitude softens the paradox's edge. By appreciating each new insight, each moment of understanding, you ground yourself in the joy of learning, even as the unknown expands. Curiosity becomes less about conquering knowledge and more about dancing with mystery. In the end, the curiosity paradox teaches you that the pursuit of answers is not a race to completion, but a lifelong exploration. Each answer is a doorway, each question a thread leading deeper into the tapestry of existence. The goal is not to know everything, but to remain engaged, open, and alive to the unfolding complexity of the world. So the next time you find yourself overwhelmed by the endless questions your curiosity uncovers, pause, breathe, celebrate the privilege of wondering, because in the act of seeking, you're participating in the grand ongoing conversation of humanity's quest for understanding. That's the paradox resolved. The more you seek answers, the more questions you find. But in that endless seeking, you find yourself more fully. The authenticity burnout paradox. How constantly trying to be real, You're told to be authentic, to be yourself, to reject the filters and pretenses of a curated world. Everywhere you look, the message is the same. Be real. Be vulnerable. Be raw. At first, this feels liberating, a call to drop the masks, to show up as you are, flaws and all. But beneath this noble advice hides a subtle trap. The more you try to be authentic, the more you start watching yourself perform authenticity. You wonder if your honesty feels honest enough. You second-guess whether your vulnerability looks genuine. You begin to curate your rawness, edit your imperfections, polish your transparency, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, the effort to be real becomes just another role to play. This is the authenticity burnout paradox, the exhausting cycle where constantly trying to be real turns into its own performance, draining your energy and disconnecting you from the very self you're trying to express. At first, the pursuit of authenticity feels refreshing. In a world obsessed with highlight reels, showing up unfiltered feels rebellious. You take pride in sharing your struggles, your insecurities, your real-life moments. People respond with applause, gratitude, validation. It feels good. But with every positive reaction, a subtle expectation forms. Now you must continue, being authentic in a way that resonates. You start to notice which parts of your vulnerability are praised and which are ignored. Without realizing it, you begin to shape your authenticity around what gains approval. You share more of what's relatable, less of what's truly personal. The rawness becomes calculated. We too have fallen into this loop. The intention is genuine, but the execution slowly shifts. What began as expression becomes performance. You find yourself thinking not just, how do I feel, but how should I show how I feel to seem authentic? This meta-awareness, this constant self-monitoring, is exhausting. Authenticity, which was meant to be effortless, now demands energy, emotional labor, strategic openness. Another layer of the paradox emerges in the digital age. Platforms reward visibility, engagement, relatability. The more raw and vulnerable your content, the more it connects. But this creates a strange pressure. Authenticity becomes content. Your personal experiences become material. Your emotions become currency. The boundary between sharing and showcasing blurs. You begin to wonder if you're living your life or narrating it for an audience. The burnout comes slowly, not from malice or insincerity, but from the relentless expectation to stay real in a way that others recognize and affirm. You curate your imperfections. You polish your rawness. You feel a creeping dissonance. You're being honest, yet it feels rehearsed. You're being vulnerable, yet it feels performative. And this dissonance drains you. Another dimension of this paradox is the internal pressure. The belief that you must always be aligned with your true self, as if such a self exists in a fixed, pure form. But identity is fluid, contextual. You are not the same person in every moment, every space. Yet the ideal of unwavering authenticity ignores this fluidity. You feel guilty for adapting, for changing, for growing. You mistake evolution for inauthenticity. Mindfulness becomes essential in navigating this paradox. By staying present with your intentions, you can discern when you're expressing yourself versus when you're performing an image of authenticity. This awareness allows you to reconnect with your genuine motivations, to express without overthinking, to share without strategizing. Another key is releasing the myth of perfect authenticity. True authenticity is not about constant transparency or radical vulnerability. It's about congruence, aligning your actions with your values, even when no one is watching. Sometimes, being authentic means setting boundaries, choosing privacy, saying, I don't want to share this right now. We must also challenge the cultural narratives that equate visibility with authenticity. Just because something is public doesn't make it more real. Just because something is private doesn't make it less authentic. The pressure to prove your realness to an audience is a distortion of the concept itself. In relationships, the authenticity burnout paradox manifests subtly. You want to be seen, understood, accepted. But when the expectation to be fully open becomes performative, intimacy suffers. Authentic connection requires space for silence, for ambiguity, for not always being on. The paradox is resolved when you allow yourself to be selectively open, to choose when and how you share, without guilt. Another antidote is reframing authenticity as a process, not a performance. You are not a finished product unveiling your true self. You are a dynamic being, evolving through experiences. Authenticity is less about being and more about becoming. This mindset shift reduces the pressure to constantly define and display your identity. Gratitude also helps. By focusing on the simple, private joys of self-expression, you detach authenticity from external validation. You find satisfaction in expressing for its own sake, not for applause. The paradox teaches you that trying too hard to be real often disconnects you from yourself. The moment you overthink authenticity, you step outside of it. True authenticity arises not from effort, but from presence, from allowing yourself to exist without constant self-auditing. In practical terms, creating spaces where you don't have to perform, where you can be unobserved, unjudged, replenishes your sense of self. These moments of solitude, reflection, and genuine disconnection from audience expectations are where authenticity regenerates. The burnout happens when you conflate authenticity with exposure, when you believe you must constantly showcase your inner life to prove your realness. But authenticity does not demand constant broadcasting. It thrives in genuine connection, in moments where you act in alignment with your values, regardless of who's watching. We too have learned that authenticity is not a brand, it's not a strategy, it's a way of being. And sometimes, the most authentic choice is to remain silent, to preserve certain parts of yourself, to resist the urge to perform your rawness for consumption. The authenticity burnout paradox reveals this. When you stop trying so hard to be real, you give yourself permission to simply be, to exist in the messy, evolving, inconsistent reality of being human. This is where true authenticity lives, not in curated vulnerability, but in the quiet, unfiltered moments where you're not performing for anyone, not even yourself. So the next time you feel exhausted by the effort to appear authentic, pause. Ask yourself, who am I being real for right now? Am I expressing or performing? This small act of self-inquiry can break the cycle, reconnect you with your intentions, and restore the ease of genuine self-expression. Because in the end, authenticity isn't something you force, it's something you allow. That's the paradox resolved.